The information provided by the speakers and/or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information. The information provided by the speakers and/or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
I started to run when I scope out my country. I walk by a gun, ole, 'cause that is what they promise we. A lot's going on in this sun, so I come here to bring wisdom, so we don't burn down. We lovely society. A new government has the assignment to put we country into alignment. But every time they read us with their ego, it's the vulnerable who feeling that blow. Lord, is it ignorance or is it arrogance? I don't know what to call it in this instance. Look at paradise right in front we eyes, but we still want to talk about who we despise.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we start to mash up the good things we know.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we treat we traditions like a puppy show, you could fix everything on we island. Put gunships on we back like a tyrant. You could put 10 radars all up Scarborough. But don't forget,
this is Trinidad.
We love we freedom, and every citizen will agree that no oppression will be accepted by our Trini. We come from long days on the ground, working hard until daylight come, so we'll see it wrong to be a financial donkey, 'cause every day we sensation that causing a new kind of sufferation. And when you don't create that irritation, you send police to fix with desperation. Lord, where's the common sense? Where's the true intent to make you think oppression is relevant? Don't be shocked, my friend, when we start to bend and you see them placards in front of the parliament.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we little children are not free to grow.
Tell me where else can we go?
If you try to ban the words in the calypso, you could try to stop social media or the taping of police murders. You could rewrite a bill like this also. But don't forget, this is Trinidad. Take one and look around. Even lingo and all could see confusions in tongue. And it's affecting everybody. Politicians and Facebook trolls. Even Caisonians lost their role. The world's upside down. And I'm worried for my country. Cause every day I see victimization, racial and social aberration. We saying is love and need to go wrong, but we spreading this thing like a toxin. Man, things getting so tense. Some can't pay their rent, and the effect of this feeling permanent. But what scares me though, just so that you know, is the money we about to borrow.
Tell me where else can we go?
If the IMF start to pull we toe.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we toilet paper start to run too low, you could stress out the sea pepper worker. Take a fool and make him a leader. You could change every board cause it's your show. But don't forget, this is Trinidad. I know it's good intentions. We Prime Minister have for we, but brutal measures would only cause rebellion in TNT, like what caused Cambule in times of old. And it's so the story unfold. It's that rebellion that give we people identity. So careful how you deal with we intellect, cause DNA remembers every aspect. Not every time we cry it's just politics. Your mind could start to play you some dirty tricks. Look, remember that honor comes before minister, and that's why we give you so much power. So don't let us down and don't let us frown. We need to see a 360 turn around.
Tell me where else can we go?
If your promises start to look untrue,
Tell me where else can we go?
if your own voters losing trust in you, you could do what you want with what intent. You could bar up the independent bench. You could change the country that we once know. But don't forget, this is Trinidad.
Information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
Movement is medicine. Sharpens your mind, balances your body, fixes your focus. Elbow your neighbor and tell them, you got to bust a move. Dr. King challenged racism in this nation, but realized he couldn't do it sitting behind the pulpit, which is why he sprung into, here it is, the civil rights movement. He marched on Washington. He pulled down the curtain of segregation for the mistreatment in the South to be seen by the entire world. He pushed back against unfair voting laws. He pulled down Supreme Court decisions of division and stood against barking dogs and fire hoses. To be clear, it was not an event, it was a movement. It was protest, legal challenges, civil disobedience, and boycotts, stretching every part of the American body politic all at the same time, because he knew stagnation would be the death of us. I rise this morning because we as a people have become lethargic, sluggish, and sedentary, because we've been sitting so long in comfortability that we no longer feel inclined to make a move. You are in such a rush to go to brunch, to go play golf, to binge watch on Netflix, that making a move is no longer even entertained in your subconscious. ICE in Minneapolis has killed an innocent woman named Renee Macklin Good. And as of this hour, the officer will face no penalty. We're going to have to make a move. An ICE agent threw tear gas in a car full of black children, some of whom are in ICU in this moment. Just this week, one ICE agent has been charged with SAing a detainee because it was the only way he would allow her to get visits. 1,000 more agents are headed to Minneapolis this week, not even realizing, ladies and gentlemen, that ICE is now the new slave patrol. The Klan no longer wears hoods, they now wear masks. They are no longer volunteers, they're being paid to oppress brown and black people. The budget for ICE must be frozen immediately. If it's in Minneapolis today, it'll be in Marietta tomorrow. If you don't say anything, racism and bigotry will continue to wield its head. But I'm so glad there's some witnesses in the building that understand I cannot sit still when other people are being marginalized. Donald Trump said civil rights has made white men get treated poorly. If they're getting treated poorly, then black people are below welfare. They want to go door to door and arrest people with no warrants and no probable cause, and all while he has named himself as the acting president of Venezuela. He's asking Jamaicans and Haitians to self-deport, but has said nothing about illegal Germans and Italians and Swedes because they believe, here it is, that if you are black or brown, you are illegal, but if you are European, then you are permissible. Ladies and gentlemen, the cost of living is skyrocketing. Upcoming elections are being questioned. And military leaders who speak up for accountability are having their pensions being cut. We need a movement.
I said give me a F, and let them know that is the code. Oh Lord, some say the code is this, some tell me it's that, but I don't hear the facts. Give me the experiencing a global phenomenon. With serious issues, mankind choose to fool around. Then they go find out, facing real consequences, that when you play foolish games, you win foolish prizes. The mighty US of A, look how them in disarray, because they forget the first dose of madness. So with the short-term memory, they welcome back Donald T to give that fascist a second term in office. But after they take the bait and they realize where's the fate, enough of them want to change the vote, but it is too late. You see the FA, FO, you see the FA, now they go FO. Plenty immigrants made their choice. Uncle Donald they're supporting, but he put their support on ice and themselves he start deporting. FA, FO, I see the FA, now they go FO. But now Donald breaks in because it now so keen. He naming the Epstein file, so they now studying like they're voting a presidential pedophile. FA, FO, I see the FA, now they go FO. You see when you're ever wrong, there's no doubt. Even Uncle Sam will find out that what's our in Bam Bam starts sweet in the mouth. When you shout FA, FO, tell him that is the call. Oh, say, can you see? You see the call? Come in. Trinidadian love all fours, you know that is the truth. So when America Trump, we just follow suit. If them MAGA morons is America's concern, well, we present government is easily their clones. From 2010 to 15, the tenure was so obscene. Scandalize the land and destroy we economy. What? Like we missed the free for all, incompetence and bubble. So we bring them back to finish mash up the country. And as they assume their roles, I set a square peg in wrong holes. Now plenty people who help them win at default. Feel the FA, FO, they say the FA, now they go FO. The two worst Alexanders in the world and team make ministers. One is a racist troll and one need a West Indian first primer. FA, FO, I say the FA, now we go FO. Meanwhile Tanti setting up TNT in people worship we in place. She should have let the Yankee army plant the red eye in shipping palace. FA, FO, I say the FA, now she go FO. You see when you're ever wrong, there's no doubt. What's on and on grata must find out that what's our in Bam Bam starts sweet in she mouth. Sing it out. FA, FO, tell them that is the call. Cause when cold yellow wins, corruption begins. Where's the real call? Let me talk to the doc. Doc, you had the mandate of most of the electorate, not to mention the support of your party base. Somehow you took that to mean you could manipulate and dictate the decision of who should take your place. And because you were the top dog, you move like an overlord. You find when you tell them jump, they should have asked how high. You set out to sway the vote, offer up a young scapegoat. to just get a kobo sweat after you say bye-bye. You delay party convention, play with party constitution, and figure you could have gerrymander the outcome. But your FA, FO, your FA, and then your FO. You chain up the young man for truth to snap the election fingers fast. Although every poll warn you that would have be a shock, but that's FA, FO, your FA, no all of we FO. So for your voters who stayed away, you certainly have a part to play. Cause they feel like they get betrayed, like it had snake in the body. Say FA, FO, I say your FA, no all of we FO. You see when you're ever wrong without doubt, even strong leaders find out that what's sour in Bam Bam starts sweet in the mouth. When you shout FA, FO, when you got it, tell them that it's the code. So let's do this, red and ready to oppose. Give me a
Big Sail. The name of the singer, Queen Victoria.
Africans, for sale, for sale, for sale. Africans, for sale, for sale, for sale.
All you good, yes? I was lining with some old men before the election, and well, I was amazed of their discussion. They were discussing the election of 2025, how Africans were selling cheap and UNC buying dead or alive. One old man shout out, fellas, give me your attention. UNC can't win by themselves, no election. You see, they're sitting and they're planning to make a decision. So she called out Shilaga, who the old FIFA wanted man. She said, call the trade union, let we start negotiations. And we could call out a big sale and we go buy out some Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Sing the thing. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. She don't have all she chance and she the honor rhymes. No, what she need is some slave names, man, some big strong Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We going good or bad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad. Oh, somebody pinch me. Hey, UNC sitting and they're waiting patiently. With about 16 safe seats, they don't win that already. The woman said, I have my people and they are born UNCs. Now all I need is some Africans who got their names out of slavery. She said that she hear they're really selling cheap, and she could buy them very cheap, 500 and a jersey. A lot of people will cry when she's finished with CPEP, because she is not holding back them P&M have nothing to get. She said it's party before country, all you never forget. She will care for her people and she have no blasting regrets. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. She buying Africans for sale, for sale. Listen, we buying Africans. She said we like crab in a barrel, we pulling each other down. But I want their votes, so I jam them the winning song. And all they know it, Africans when UNC wins, we buy slow, right? The black mines in Tobago, she's working on them with ease. But she's not afraid because monkeys say cool breeze. She said the last time she was easy, this time there is no room for mistakes. Cause when she's done with Tobago, it's either they make or break. She has her eyes on Moruga, especially Samuel Cooper. They got a lot of P&M houses, but none of them can remember. She's buying some in 6 company because they're nice, they're bad and they're trim. Their ancestors came from Africa and all of them is Americans. She passed through 5 company and she bunks up Madingo. Well, boy, she makes she name cause she gets Africans for Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Kill them. Africans for sale, for sale. Listen this. We buying Africans. Doc Faisabad was pretty serious with her in the cemetery. He said I'm waiting for refinery. Boy, that man had to be crazy. What? Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying good or bad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad. I never meet too cohesive man so. She said my people are loyal. They don't vote for other parties. But them P&M people just show them some money, staggered roti. She said I have my safe seats in the safe hands of Caroni. She go on to St. Couva, straight down to St. Paris. She said I love my people. For 10 years we out in the rain. But when I get back in there, things will never be the same. To all of my people, you must get your rightful place. And I don't care who's sitting there and think I am talking race. You all know what's hurting me. You see that, Dr. Rowley? We don't hide up all we money. The damn man change the currency. Hey! Africans for sale, hey, for sale, hey, for sale. Hey. We buying Africans. Kill them. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. They bought out PSA. They got them for 10%. Now they could beat the chest and laugh cause they know it's money well spent. All your love, all your Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying good or bad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans.
Queen Victoria.
Good evening, everybody who's locked on to Constructive Talk. It is Thursday, the night before the holiday. And, looking at the news this evening, I was really disturbed. Several things in the news jumped out at me. And I am pretty perturbed and disturbed by some of the things that I saw in the news this evening. And I'm just really hoping that, people open your eyes and see what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago. Just open your eyes and see what is happening to our beautiful twin island, Trinidad and Tobago. We need to wake up. I don't know. I don't know what people feel, what people think this is, or you know what I mean. But I am asking that we as a nation, we wake up, please. We wake up, please. Can we just wake up and see what's going on? Can we wake up and realize what is happening? last night again I had Mr. Dominic Romain, and Dominic would have made some statements and profound statements that I think many of us need to hold on to. We need to hold on to. And we are, as a nation, is reaching to a place where, I don't know, we need to wake up. PNM need to wake up. Trinidadians need to wake up. I looked at a video today, Mr. Philip Alexander walking through Nelson Street in Port-au-Spain and talking about a building that was burnt out. And, the first thing he would have run to or feel comfortable, and this is what he felt comfortable to be in an African space and talk about African people with African people right there with an African man. I remember I would have asked that question one time when I was on 91. Why people like Philip Alexander, Inchon Ishmael, the late Inchon Ishmael, and others felt comfortable to come into your community, come into your area, come into your space, and talk about black people. Come into your space, and talk about black people. A Syrian man stands up in a black community and talk about black people. And call us out. When I see things like that, I get real upset. Because it says to me that it just shows you how much they disrespect us. To disrespect black people. They have no respect for black people. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. So Philip Alexander stands up in a black community on Nelson Street and talks about black people in a derogatory way, and we comfortable. We're not even willing to fight for each other or for ourselves. We're not even willing to fight for one another or for ourselves. I just think that is too much. Sometimes I wonder, well, where are we going as a nation? When is it going to stop? When are we going to move to the point of saying, hey, enough is enough, Philip Alexander, you're disrespectful? When are we going to do that? How do we intend to do, or what it is? So Philip Alexander could feel comfortable to stand in a predominantly African community who is not an African man and feel comfortable doing that. And we, what do we have to say? What do we have to say? Something is wrong. Something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. That we have reached the point where people who are not looking like us can feel comfortable to walk into our communities and talk about us, and we just pretend as though it didn't exist. Pretenders do exist. Pretenders do. You know, it's normal. Is that normal? Is that right? Could I do that? Could I go into a East Indian community, stand up in the East Indian community and talk about, look at how they have East Indian people living? If I was to do that, if I was to go into DB, Saparia, Penal, and find communities that are substantial, it's terrible, and stand up by a drain or stand up in an area where it is terrible, and I was to say, look at this. Look at this. Look at how, and I were to call some East Indian leaders, have you all living? You really think that I could do that? I want you all to respond on the live and tell me, you think that I could do something like that? Would it be right for me to do something like that? I'm asking, would it be right for me to find myself in an East Indian community, stand up with a cameraman, and decide that I am going to do a video? You think I should do that? You think that that would be right to do? Huh? Will it be right to do? I want you all to answer me that this evening. I want to start with that discussion this evening. Would it be right for me to leave San Fernando? Right? Would it be right for me to leave San Fernando and go to Penal, TB, somewhere, and highlight areas in those communities that are not well kept? They're substantial. They're not well kept at all. Right? And within me doing that, do you think that I want you all to tell me if a minister, well, yeah, we really thinking about why he really trying to say here? Anybody really thinking about what is I talking about here? A minister in the Ministry of Housing went into a community that belongs to the Ministry of Housing. Right? It belongs to the Ministry of Housing. It's not private property. It's property that belongs to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. You are a minister. You gone into that community where it is predominantly black people living as a Syrian man, and turn and say, look at how the PNM had only black people living. That normal? That right? Well, let's tell me now. Is that normal and right? Is that normal and is it right? I asking, I want to know what is all your thoughts on it. Should a minister be allowed to take up a cell phone? And it's not the first time he has done it. He has done it before. It was a talking point. He never stopped. The Prime Minister never stopped him. And I'm asking, is it right? Is this right? I want to know. Take a look at this. I'm upset to know because you want to message me about if, but you look, this right? This right? You tell me.
And Emery Brown, who's want to talk foolishness on social media. Come and walk here with me. I sure they never walk here in their life. Never. Come and see. You was a minister of housing, Randall. You want to talk? Come and see how they treat people in Port of Spain. We're going to fix these things. Yes. Don't go to anything, man. Don't get to this. Like come on here. Like the high pitch now. All out chase Suwano. Every time up on the Suwano arm. Okay. Yeah, that, look, all the bush watch, look, everything falling down. What's going on? No help. Seeing it is unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Lennox has been harassing and bending my ear and telling me we had to come and deal with these people and fix this for them. Right now, this time up with Mr. Lennox Smith, we are on George Street now. Yes. Back on George Street. And I wanted to show Trinidad and Tobago. I want to show Trinidad and Tobago the legacy. You're going to see some footage on TTT tonight and on the other media houses because we're going to send our video footage to them and they use it. But what the People's National Movement under Dr. Keith Rowley did to poor black people in this country should send him straight to hell. Randall Mitchell, you talk that you was a minister of housing. What you used to do as minister of housing besides pose? What? You ever come down here? You ever see the condition these people living under? You, Penelope Beckles, Camille Robinson Regis, Emery Brown, all they have a mile to talk. All they want to use black people to get back into office. Come and walk here. Come and walk in this community and explain to the people who living in these houses. I just watched a property burn down how long? 6 years?
Yeah, 10 years. It's more than
that. There was a lady who apartment burned, she living in a lane. And all they want to go and do video and talk about this government. We on the ground in your constituencies and we're going to fix it for all of these people. We're going to wake up Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad, said leave nobody behind. Lennox Smith is on the ground doing the work here and we're going to get all of this fixed. Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you. And Emery Brown, who's want to talk foolishness on social media. Come and walk here with me. I sure they never walk here in their life. Never. Come and see. You was a minister of housing, Randall. You want to talk? Come and see how they treat people in Port of Spain. We're going to fix these things. Yes. Don't go to anything, man. Don't get to this. Like come on here. Like the high pitch now. All out chase Suwano. Every time up on the Suwano arm. Okay. Yeah, that, look, all the bush watch, look, everything falling down. What's going on? No help. Seeing it is unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Lennox has been harassing and bending my ear and telling me we had to come and deal with these people and fix this for them. Right now, this time up with Mr. Lennox Smith, we are on George Street now. Yes. Back on George Street. And I wanted to show Trinidad and Tobago. I want to show Trinidad and Tobago the legacy. You're going to see some footage on TTT tonight and on the other media houses because we're going to send our video footage to them and they use it. But what the People's National Movement under Dr. Keith Rowley did to poor black people in this country should send him straight to hell. Randall Mitchell, you thought that you was a minister of housing. What you used to do as minister of housing besides pose? What? You ever come down here? You ever see the condition these people living under? You, Penelope Beckles, Camille Robinson Regis, Amory Brown, all you have a mile to talk. All you want to use black people to get back into office. Come and walk here. Come and walk in this community and explain to the people who living in these houses. I just watched a property burn down how long? 6 years?
10 years. It's more than
There was a lady who apartment burned, she living in a lane. And all they want to go and do video and talk about this government. We on the ground in your constituencies and we're going to fix it for all of these people. We're going to wake up Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad says, I said, leave nobody behind. Lennox Smith is on the ground doing the work here and we're going to get all of this fixed. Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That right? What he do there? Is that right? What a minister in the Ministry of Housing is doing? Is that right? I'm asking, is that right for a minister in the Ministry of Housing to stand up in a community and talk about black people? I'm asking, and I'm moving from this until I generate a discussion about it. Is it right for a minister in the Ministry of Housing? Is it right? Is it right? Is it right for a minister in the Ministry of Housing to talk race? Is it right? You tell me. 464-7003. 464-7003. Somebody says on Facebook, on YouTube, that is nonsense. Hear this. Okay. African people alone. Okay. African people allow him. Who's only taken it? 464-7003. 464-7003. I'm asking, is it okay? So you are a supporter. Let's just say let me just say you are a supporter of the UNC, right? Right? And you're a black person, you are a person of African descent, and you are hearing a minister talk about, well, yeah, what, eh? If we're not going to call in, we're not going to have a discussion. I want to have discussions about several things. And this is one of them, as uncomfortable as it is. Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you and Trinidad and Tobago.
Good evening,
Well,
sir.
what I recognize there is this fella have something going on with him. Someone yesterday, I think, mentioned that he will just draw a big salary and do nothing. So I guess he see it and he come down today to prove that he working. But the grass and thing on the ground there because he not doing nothing. So you understand? So he come out today to prove because last night I sure you see what went on. And they mentioned he drawing a big salary and doing nothing. So today he come out trying to prove he on the ground. Eh? And then again, he will still lose. He's a loser right around. Have a good night.
All right, thank you very much. 464-7003. 464-7003. This is a minister in the Ministry of Housing. This is a minister in the Ministry of Housing talking about black people.
And Emery Brown, who's want to talk foolishness on social media. Come and walk here with me. I sure they never walk here in their life. Come and see. You was a minister of housing, Randall. You want to talk? Come and see how they treat people in Port of Spain. Eh? We're going to fix these things. Yes. Eh? Don't go to any place, man. Don't go to any place. Like the cover there. Like the high pitch now. All out chase Suwano. We'll be tying up on the Suwano arm. Okay. Yeah, that, look, earth. All the bush watch, look them. Everything falling down. What's going on? No help. Seeing it is unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Lennox has been harassing and bending my ear and telling me we had to come and deal with these people and fix this for them. Right now, with Mr. Lennox Smith, we are on George Street now. Yes. Back on George Street. And I wanted to show Trinidad and Tobago. I want to show Trinidad and Tobago the legacy. You're going to see some footage on TTT tonight and on the other media houses because we're going to send our video footage to them and they use it. But what the People's National Movement under Dr. Keith Rowley did to poor black people in this country should send him straight to hell. Randall Mitchell, you talk that you was a minister of housing. What you used to do as minister of housing besides pose? What? You ever come down here? You ever see the condition these people living under? You, Penelope Beckles, Camille Robinson Regis, Emery Brown, all they have a mile to talk. All they want to use black people to get back into office. Come and walk here. Come and walk in this community and explain to the people who living in these houses. I just watched a property burn down how long? 6 years?
10 years.
There was a lady who apartment burned, she living in a lane. And all they want to go and do video and talk about this government. We on the ground in your constituencies and we're going to fix it for all of these people. We're going to wake up Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad, says, I said, leave nobody behind. Lennox Smith is on the ground doing the work here and we're going to get all of this fixed. Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you all think? What do you all have to say? How do you feel about a minister in the Ministry of Housing making statements like that? How do you feel? How are you feeling? I'm taking your calls. 464-7003. 464-7003. I'm taking your calls. I want to hear all your view on it. I really, really want to hear your view on a minister, because we want to talk everything else, you know. We want to talk things. We want to talk all kind of things. But look at what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. Look at what is being done as a minister. You agree to this? That's my question. Do you all agree with what a minister in the Ministry of Housing is doing? Are you comfortable? Hello, good evening.
Good night.
Hello.
Night.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yes. I would say he's not a minister of housing.
He's a
a
minister
of bloggers.
Yeah, but he's
a blogger.
Right, and while you can say
he
that,
is not a minister.
Right.
That's all he go about doing videos, uploading it. So he's a minister of bloggers.
Right. So while you see
and we should never, if I was living in that area, I would have run him.
Right. So here
you mind is a minister.
Say that again. Caller, you hearing me? All right. So the caller hung up. While the caller might be saying that he is a blogger and he's a minister of blogging, I hear you with that, but the fact of the matter is he is being paid by taxpayers as a minister of housing, as a minister in the Ministry of Housing. That's the facts. The facts is he is a minister in the Ministry of Housing. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
Good evening, sir.
Pastor Google, is Philip Alexander aware of the history of that area he was standing in? Is he aware that under Patrick Manning, when he wanted to rebuild that entire area, and UNC and the supporters was in the middle of that and stopped that project, and they wanted to sue Manning and them and they was telling even I think Kamala and all was in the middle of that too, telling the residents that if they don't move because the PNM want to take the area and give it to the 1%. Is you think Philip Alexander have any clue about that?
I think
he was also talking about the building that was.
But the man that he was standing up next to was a part of that.
Okay, so how are they allowed to get away with these things?
What do you mean allowed to get away with it? I don't understand.
When I say allowed, in terms of come and make these videos and we as a people sit down and allow these people to come and sell these false narrative and it almost seems like they keep getting away with these things on a daily basis, Pastor Google. You get to the point now you're kind of just tired and fed up at them, you know, because it's straight lies every day. And how do you keep up with that? Yeah? And before you let me put this plug into it too. Under Dr. Rowley in the last 10 years there, when they going to break down the entire area and they was going to start to do some building the same apartments over on Piccadilly Street on that side there, I sure Dr. Rowley and I think that might have been interrupted due to COVID. COVID might have been what stopped that project from going forward. Why are these guys and them allowed to come and mislead and lie to people and have elders in the community in the middle with them talking this kind of foolishness? I ain't lying in no dread. It is hard and sad to see some of we elder folks, how we are so easily bought and sold. And I ain't even talking about Lennox Smith. I'm just talking about the other gentleman who was in the midst with them. Pastor Google Jed, I was listening to earlier last night or night before we talking about this same how do you keep up and how do you get ahead of UNC and the mischief they're making? I was listening for an answer, but I didn't get none, and I know it hard to find one.
But there was an answer. That Mr. Rumain would have given an answer. You see the problem with us.
He talked about respond on when they put up stuff on the internet. Here my problem with that, right? When I go on, let's say I go on Facebook, right? I will see all kind of threads with all kind of people saying all kind of things. You know, I don't see PNM Facebook thread at all.
So then, because it's not on your algorithm, we spoke about that last night. Wait, just now. So listen to this. Right. Listen, caller.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's talk about this a little bit. Last night, Dominic and I was talking about a young lady who listens to Dominic's program, right? Sometimes she listens to my program if I have Mr. Brian Manning on, and she will take snippets out of what Mr. Manning would say, some short clips of it, and put it out, right? Because people are not liking and following and sharing it. It's not reaching people like you, or it's not reaching the masses. And Dominic said it last night. The reality of it is that PNM people are not sharing PNM things.
Well, that might be the case too.
That might be. That is not no might be. No, it's a fact. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you something. I saw a statement about how many PNM members of parliament does go by the barber in their constituency, does buy soup from the soup lady in their constituency, does contribute or just be around in the constituency, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could call out some. Mr. Bertrand, Christian Bertrand does do that. Kareem Marcel does do that. Hans Devines does do that. Miss Beckles does do that. We could call up, and the only reason why I could say those things is because I follow them on Facebook.
Okay, so Pastor Google. All right, so stick up in there. Listen to this, right? I am not limited in my access to things that I do, but I am not somebody who follow nobody. I feel in my life people have to follow me. I shouldn't be following nobody. That's how I see myself. I am not a follower of nobody. But anyway, I go on Facebook and I will check and see what's going on and that kind of stuff, right? Now, if people like me are not getting the trends for what PNM want the PNM putting out, well, I think PNM have to find a way to make
there's
sure
no way. No,
like
there's no, sir. No. I have to stop here. I have to stop you because I am in social media. I could tell you. There is no way other than, sir, there is no other. All right, go ahead. All right, because you don't want to hear what I say to you. So go ahead.
No, listen, I know what you're going to say to me. I listened to you and Dominic last night, you know. I know exactly what you're going to say to me. The same way how I could always see UNC and them what they're putting up. No, I don't follow UNC and them. I am not in UNC and them circle, but I will see the response to what other people put up and that kind of thing. Maybe PNM membership need to get a few young people who rail on social media to be pushing the messages across so people like me will see it.
So I can tell you this now?
Hold on, let me finish, please.
All right,
maybe PNM might just need to go and get a lot of the young people in the PNM youth groups and them and youth league and them to be on social media a little more, forwarding, pushing the what PNM putting out. Just send it out. Just keep sending it out to other people. Maybe PNM need to do a little bit more, because I am not gonna go chase around looking for what PNM put out, because I'll be seeing all kind of other people, right? So I don't know. Maybe you guys probably correct. But maybe PNM need to implore or get the young people who in all them youth groups with PNM to be pushing what they want the public to see a little more. That's just my suggestion. But all I could tell you tonight, wherever PNM doing, it ain't working.
All right, caller. Okay, caller. That's not what. Wait, that's not caller. That's not what I want to talk about. I will get to things like that, but I want to. I don't want to lose the focus on caller. I want to stay focused on Mr. Alexander and the nonsense.
Google, I hear you. But you know what? Let me tell you something. I'm a man listening to you since you was working or when you used to do all the nights. I'm just making a point here. I've been listening to you a long time. You need to stop apologizing for PNM and let them step up and help to put the things in order. As people talk something about PNM that you feel you don't like, you want to cut them off. That is not the point I'm making. Let PNM know they're not reaching people like me. All right? So you could hide for them and you could break for them how much you want. It is still not going to help because people like me is not going to find it and I'm not going to see it and I can't send it to nobody if I don't see it. So stop only breaking for Penny and them. Let Penny and them step up. Stop trying to break for them, Google. Come on, man. You're doing that all the time. As somebody talk about what PNM is doing, you're jumping out to stop them. Let people talk. Let Penny and them know we ain't getting it. We're not getting it, Google. And until all you realize that and stop trying to hide and find a way to get it to us, then we ain't going nowhere. Thank you, sir. Good night.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
Hi.
How are you today?
I am okay.
All right. I'm saying that we have to pray for you, right? We have to continue to do that. Good night, listeners. We have to come together and pray for Pastor Google. Okay? Pastor Google, what I want to talk to people tonight and tell people have to be very careful. These are skills that they're using on you all. They're trying to mess with all your mind, right? That is HDC house. HDC is supposed to be getting those things done, not the government. Okay? HDC is supposed to be getting those buildings, which is HDC house, getting the work, that whatever. HDC giving people a lot of problems to do work. All in Cuba. It's a mess going on with people's houses inside there. And the people who have their house, they have to pay. Why you don't go in Cuba and search for them people who had a success and the water line all about thinging and they're coming to fix it? Why you don't go in Cuba and do that? But you're trying to mess with the people mind in Port of Spain. Black people, don't let these people mess with all their mind. They're giving all their work. When no matter what they say about the last Prime Minister, all it was working. Don't matter. It was small, but all it was still owning all the dollar. All it could have buy all they want, and they have to go to them to beg for nothing. Call these people name one by one and say a prayer to God about these people. You see how we passed through that 5 years where they gone? Let us be strong. And let us go through it again. And we will come out. These people are realizing how the world going today. War all across the place. Black people, all hold tight and be strong. Let us come together and pray. Don't let these people mess with all their minds. Okay? And that is what they're going to do. Bye, Pastor Google. You have a great night and be safe in no other name but in Jesus' name.
All right. Thank you very much, caller. Thank you very much. All right, let's take some more of your calls. 464-7003. 464-7003. 464-7003. All right, so I'm taking your calls and 464-7003. So you can call me now. We're talking about I started my conversation. I don't know how we reach to all this insults on Facebook and on YouTube. I don't know how we reach all of that. I don't know how we reach to the caller wanting to talk about X, Y, and Z. I'm talking about let me tell you how what I'm talking about is so, to me, it has so much seriousness to it. That there are people who have got now, like we have gotten immune to people hurling insults at us and not even seeing it as insults. And our focus now is I don't know. But Ole, go ahead. Hello, good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
Hi, good evening.
Pastor Google, listen, I have been listening and trying to analyze some things in my mind with what is actually taking place. Now, the matter with Philip Alexander is this. I'm making an analogy here. If you are let us say there's a relationship issue involving three persons, husband, wife, and outside woman. And the husband tells the outside woman all of the shortcomings as he sees it with his wife. What you think the outside woman going to do to woo the husband away from his wife? Not pretend that she is better at what his wife has her shortcomings in. Not go out of her way to do things to lure him in even more. That is what's taking place. The PNM has been blamed, called out on many situations that we know not true, falsehoods. People who complain, they ain't getting this, they ain't getting that. No, they came in like a bull in a china shop and they started taking away, taxing, all sorts of things, and became very unpopular very early. And on realizing that, it's now a battle to gain back some favor, to save face, to gain back some people. So what you do, you're going now to the people who you know are the most vulnerable ones, and I am using vulnerable in inverted commas, because they're vulnerable, some of them because they want to make themselves vulnerable. And so, he is using them to the fullest. And he is using them while abusing them.
But isn't that, but caller, and that's my point, So you come to help me. You come to help me, right? You come to say, well, as you said earlier on, okay, so you're trying to woo me away from my wife by highlighting and saying that you would fix, or you are better than my wife by exposing that here what this is what you are accustomed to for years, and here what I am willing to fix it. I'm willing to work with you to make you a homeowner, or I'm willing to work with you to help you with your savings, to get a car, and all these different things that your wife wasn't helping you do. I, as the outside woman, willing to go the distance with you to make sure that you achieve those things. Cool, right? But hear this now, caller. But what about when she start to say, when she is not a black woman, she's of another race, and then she starts to talk about your wife and say, yeah, she's a stupid black woman. She's a waste of time. She used to use you. That black woman used to. I'm gonna ask you something.
Yes.
I know as a husband, not going to sit down and say, but why you have to go there? Why you have to go? Why you have to identify her race?
No, that is where the analogy takes a turn. Because in this instance, the persons that you're expecting to say, wait a minute now, this is not the kind of thing that I want to hear. This is not what I am entertaining.
Right.
They are. You know why they are able to do it and get away with it? Because they have already felt out these people. Now, when you say African, especially African, when you say African for see, and people getting vexed about it.
Yes.
The issue is that they place themselves in a position to be used. And even being used and being aware that they're being used, they're telling themselves that they're going to be able to, they prefer to deal with that. They prefer to deal with being used. Right? Because explain to me, the people who suffer the most with this firing of CPEP and URP and whatnot, I hear some of them coming now and saying boldly, I voted for them. I thought we were going to get a better deal. But in the same breath while they're saying that, they come now and they wipe a little butter by the mouth and already they fall for it again, eh? And that is what happened. So that he, in the midst of all the adverse things that they have done already, he feels that it is all right to go in an area that can be considered downtrodden at this time and say and do the things and promise, make all kind of promises and suggest that the reason why these people are in this mess is because the last government did nothing for them and have them in this mess. And when you really examine the whole history behind all of this happening there, it's a different picture. But you see, there are those who love to complain, even in the face of the complaints working against them. They complained, they went to the polls and they voted against governance that they were having, and the same government, the government that they campaigned for and put in place is the same government that have some of them in a state now that people meeting me and asking me, you could help all this family. They used to work CPEP right now. They can't even send the children to school. Yeah. You know why? Many of them decided to vote these people in spite of what Dr. Rowley and Stuart Young was saying to them. You understand?
Yeah.
Now get into the PNM side of it now.
No, but I want to deal with that.
I know you want to talk. I want to something. I want to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stop. I'm just saying that there is a problem with the PNM in the midst of the bigger problem that is being dealt with, and we really need to take a note of it, and we need to do it in a dispassionate manner, because something is happening in there that is preventing the party from progressing the way it should. But that is another.
So no. We wouldn't talk about that, and that is why, even though I didn't appreciate how the gentleman spoke to me, and I left it alone. You see what you just said to me? I want you to call in later on. We're going to talk about it, But I just want us as a country, and I want you to listen to me, and you tell me if you think that my reasoning is off. This is a man who is a minister in the Ministry of Housing, getting paid as a minister and talking race.
Yeah, and he'd been allowed to, and the people who are supposed to rise up against it are not prepared to do that. They're allowing themselves to be lured into what he's doing.
I just wanted the time to express how upset I am about things like this. Well, I think this is wrong.
Listen to me. The same people that you are thinking he's disrespecting are the same people who are encouraging it. So don't get too worked up, The same people are the ones who are encouraging it. So
Interesting.
We have a problem.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
do. We have a problem as.
Somebody else.
But wait, before you go. You see what you said? You have a problem? We have a problem within ourselves.
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
We have a problem within ourselves. We could, you know what? We could see the problem with other people, you know. And within ourselves, boy.
And that is exactly what have us where we are right now. Take it from me. That is what have us where we are right now.
All right. All right. You see me? I'm glad you tell me take you down. Because I really was upset, you know.
Yes, I know.
I'm upset because you can't tell me, boy, that we are paying. I pay people like black people are paying your salary because black people pay taxes.
We have it too. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Pastor.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Pastor Google. I want to continue with that talk, but we have a problem with ourselves. I remember when Mr. Manning, was going to turn East Port of Spain, East Morings, just like what he did with Roy Joseph scheme, or the bill over Roy Joseph scheme, I think.
Yes.
There was going to bill over.
They built over Roy Joseph scheme and they built over Carlton Lane.
Right. But just they wanted to do the same thing in East Port of Spain. But the same UNC tell them the PNM want to give the Syrian the land so they don't move out. And the same people there buy that. The same people there buy that, Pastor Gogo. I tell you, watch me. Watch me. I'm not thinking that in my country and thinking, but people have a mentality here that, you see, the PNM make people too happy in this country. What you're seeing in this country is happy people. Once you're born in Trinidad and Tobago, you have it halfway made. You have education from nursery to tertiary. You have subsidized water, subsidized gas, subsidized lights, subsidized this, subsidized that. You go in the hospital for free. You get medication for free. So you have it halfway made in life, you know. You can go buy Nidco, start a business, right? So people in Trinidad here don't really think so. Don't really, how to say, boy, they're not responsible. They don't take responsibility. They don't hold themselves responsible for nothing, right? Because the PNM make life easy for them, right? Pastor Gogo, every success story in Trinidad and Tobago, Philip Alexander could talk what they talk. Every success story of in Trinidad and Tobago is because of a PNM policy. Every government minister in the government right now, they're there because of PNM policy. The very ministry Philip Alexander in is because of PNM. He getting a big salary. A PNM policy create the Ministry of Housing and all the ministries, everything in Pastor Gogo, name one thing here that the UNC bill here has contribute 25 cents to your national budget. They build nothing. They continue the LNG, but that was a PNM policy. NGC, that was a PNM policy. Everything, every success story we have, every creed, every color, every race in Trinidad and Tobago benefit from a PNM policy. And the PNM have such a rich history and they don't teach it. That is the problem with the PNM. They do things and they that's something. Imagine I living in Marbella. All them things going on the line there. I know some. But when I see how much going on, I was shocked. And I live in Seaview Drive. Right? The line is opposite me. Because PNM don't highlight nothing they're doing. PNM have a rich history. Anytime me and anybody in any argument, you know, I ask them, Name something the UNC bill here that's contribute 25 cents to the national budget, and all the talk that's done, all the argument that's done, right? Every success story in Trinidad and Tobago is because of PNM. Philip Alexander have a work, or every government minister there because of a PNM policy. PNM. And why PNM can't get that to the youths on them head?
All right, caller. Thank you very much. All right. What's the time now? 10 o'clock. I'll just take a few more minutes on this. And then I'll move on to other issues. So if you're now joining us and you want to know what we're talking about, Mr. Philip Alexander would have gone in on Nelson Street and in an HEC development and was basically, making it look as... Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Gould.
Good evening, sir.
It's a shame to see that us African people who live in our communities don't understand the history of our country and who really is for us and who is not for us. I wish that you could I don't know how you can find it. Go back in the archives and find the old clipping where they stood up right where they removed the Columbus statue. The news interview was taking place there. And Hazel Smith, Lennox Smith, the same Lennox Smith and others was right there saying that don't move or they don't move. That's the same thing the guy was talking about earlier on with when Mr. Manning was trying to transform Nelson Street, Duncan Street, and these areas in the press areas. Right? And they told them don't move. Right? You think this government will go down there and break those buildings down and give them proper place to live in? No. Here's what they're going to do. They will gather the young fellas. They will say they give them work. They will refurbish some of the buildings and they will leave them in the same situation that they are in. Right? Upgrade the standard of living. Like how places in Shogunas and other parts of Trinidad and Tobago is upgraded. Don't leave them in that condition. Because that place was shut down there by citrus growers. Those buildings that was building there was plenty of those people in Palestine was to go there, right? When Palestine would have been transformed, but the UNC Yellow is the code government shut down the project. Lennox Smith only go and break down those buildings and build proper structure so those people to live in. Don't renovate them. Those things need to break down. Shouldn't that help them? But they won't do that. They won't do that. You trust me. It's the same Lennox Smith was on TV. Pull up the archives. And was telling people, he and he group of people, or they don't move the PLM, they want to take that. Or they pull up the archives now and something else set up because it have history. It have history. People can go back into history and see who is for you and who is not for you. And we people still being hoodwinked over and over and lied to, and we blaming the people who actually was trying to help us, which is the PNM. But let's go ahead, man. Let's go ahead. One day, everything will come to a head.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you.
I go on.
Yeah, man. All right. So continue to take your calls. 464-7003. 464-7003. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, Pastor. Good night. Pastor Google, I agree with the last caller. I remember years ago, Patrick Morgan and Versus Malin and them had a plan to revitalize Port of Spain. The idea was to break all those depressed areas, rebuild them, temporarily move the people in them. And when everything is complete, people have the option of if they want to come back or not. And guess what happened? In data Basel plan, I remember certain lawyers with the UNC was going door to door, house to house, telling the people don't sell because it was believed that the land deed will be given to the 1%. I remember that. And certain community leaders was protesting against that. It was really sad because I thought the archives and them are no longer with certain TV stations. They probably get rid of it. Everything is erased. But I remember certain well-known activists, community activists, was protesting that the government was going to give it to the 1%. As a matter of fact, there was a nickname called East Morins. I have seen you heard that name before. Pastor Google. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening to you, caller.
Yeah, East Morins. And how they already named it East Morins and they would want to sell it to the 1%. And that's the reason why up to 2026, they're still living in the same depressed condition as they are now. And that was the part of Mr. Manning when they revitalized Port of Spain and also developed the rapid railway plan. So people like you and me, when they get up 1 o'clock in the morning to go to work, you will have the transit system, the train. But everything, But I don't know, no? That's a rule.
All right. Thank you very much, caller.
I hope the government come back with a program. Thanks. All right, Pastor Will, you're good.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say something very short. The issue of these guys in the UNC who we trying to see as black people, African people. You know, Google, you are more like your mother than your father, because your mother is the one who will socialize you to behave in a certain way. So all these guys with Indian mothers are really Indians, in their thinking, in their posture. So do not ask for much of them. Once you find out who a man's mother is, 90%, he will be like his mother. What we are seeing, though, is a whole taking over of land. And the housing is one, but the land also. All these land for the land, but they have a new name now, and sending things out for people to apply for land to live on and things like that. All this is a myth that at the end of the 4 years, African people will have nothing. They have nobody fighting for them. The other night I sat and I listened to Dr. Rowley and I said, thank God there's one African who is still willing to articulate things in a certain manner. And they don't like him, they jealous him because he doesn't fit the mold that they have of the black man. Here's a black man who has business, who have house, who have education, his children are doing well. That is not the mold they fit for us. So seeing him there, he's a stumbling block to what they think we should be. And as I listen to him articulate, I said there's no one I've heard in this country from Williams Comeback. The closest I can see to him is Morgan Joe. There's no scholar that I've seen in Trinidad and Tobago who can articulate as him, who can go deep, who is as wide. I have not seen anything like him. And because of that, they will hate him. The other problem I'm having with Dr. Rowley, he always has to defend himself. Even from when he was the opposition leader, when he was thrown out of the parliament, when this woman from Tobago came and said his father is a rapist, he's a rapist, and all these things, no one, the Women's League said something, but no one, Kamala, haven't said nothing since the Jammeh talk. But Tom, Dick, and Harry in the party, the woman, the this one, that one, standing for her. No one has stood for this man. And when I heard that they said that they sent an invitation, and this should be a shame.
Caller, I have a time designated for this,
What's up?
I have a time designated for this.
Okay, sorry about that. But I had so much to say. I'm trying to get in all the time. But all right. You have a blessed night, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, but okay.
Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello, good evening. All right, caller, you need to call me back. I don't know what happened there.
Here we go. I said, give me a F, A, F, O, and let them know that is the code. Some say it is that. I go get the facts. Hear me good. We experiencing a global phenomenon with serious issues mankind choose to fool around. Then they go find.
Hello, good evening. Hello. Caller. Caller, I don't know what it is you're doing, caller, but there's something that you are doing that is, I believe, is messing up the call. So if you're calling, all right, you cannot have me on hold. You have to take off the on hold button. Okay? If you're calling in. All right. Hello, good evening.
Present, good night.
Yes, caller.
Pastor Google?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, pleasant good night. I greet you of Jesus Christ, Trinidad and Tobago, everybody. Yeah, so Pastor Google, you can remember when the Prime Minister, the ex-Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, had all the goodies for these people? Yeah? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, you can remember when Dr. Rowley had all the goodies for these people up in Lavantel there? Yeah, Pastor Google?
Yes, so go ahead and make your contribution, please.
Yeah, so I remember when Jindal was here, they run that guy when he had Dr. Rowley had all the goodies to bring with this guy for Trinidad, right? They run Sanders, right? Who they run? They get rid of everybody who had good intention for Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't want to go out of the box, Pastor Google, but tell me if I'm going out of the box. These are the last people I feel to put us in slavery, and then Trinidad, the black people in Trinidad and Tobago will get civilized at knowing the kind of people they're dealing with, you know. You hearing me?
Yes, caller.
I feel it is the break, because Marcus Garvey said the black man would not know himself until he back against the wall. I feel as day we had to reach in slavery, where these people had to give we nothing more again, have us lock up somewhere, Lego we go and cut here, because they run CPEP. Oh God, all you bring back CPEP. CPEP was doing a very good job. That is the black man, the little African, it had East Indian working there too. You see them and all crying for their bread. Eh? I ain't studying URP too, so much, but CPEP, it just hurt me to see how hard these people used to work, and all you only finding all kind of stupidness to pull down the little Trinidad and Tobago. We didn't want our government like that to go there to how all this set up bickering and every day is quarreling. You understand? Find works for the youths. Fine is only finding bacchanal when the time reach. Oh God, Pastor Google, I call this program once and I say the first time I say we have to pray now. If you could remember, I say we have to pray. We need prayers. You hear the man say Trinidad need a blessing, Tobago. This man seeing it. We need blessing. We need prayers here. Pastor Google, I have nothing against the UNC government, you know. I always say, Miss Kamala B says, I always give she all the praise. I say this woman know all the good when she out of office. I used to always say so. She know all the good. I don't know if I'm going wrong. Now you reach there, which means I wanted she to go back to I telling you, because with all the goodies she put on the table, I say if she do it, it will be very good, but I see she pelt it away. So I telling you, I wish she could bring back URP in the morning and start to do some good. I wish all them ministers could find God. Instead, I feel some of them don't know God. Some of them just exist. So God forgive me for saying so. I telling you my heart tonight. I feel some of them don't even know God. Them just exist on the face of the earth. Right, Pastor Gogo? And I know you're a strong man. I sometimes I just feel sorry for you. I telling you, you're a brother. I don't want to go out of the box. I just feel sorry for you. You just talking to black people right through. I don't know where they want. Like we have to get $1 million and drop it for them. Laziness, they say laziness carry you deeper into poverty and squalor. And I just see the black man who they sit down only nothing in the head all on the corner. They only needing flour. Look, let me go down before they find me. Pastor Gogo, I thank for saying my little contribution. Black people, all you get up, please now. In the name of Jesus Christ, get up, please, and all your work for all your bread now. Try to build all your country and build all yourself. Have a little pride. You understand? Get up. Just wake up and understand the people who dealing with all you and who all you're dealing with. You understand? They don't like all you. They just pretending right through. They're bringing stupidness on all your lap and all you're taking it right through. Oh God, Jesus. Thank you, Pastor Gogo. Pleasant good night to everyone on Trinidad and Tobago. All your love.
All right, thank you very much, caller. Thank you very much, caller. All right, so I think I want to switch gears. I wanted to talk about another issue, something that I saw in the news. I would have had this union leader on the program with me. I would have had her on and she would have spoken about the issues that she was facing as the union for her union. So take a listen to this. So I had Ms. DeBeek on, and Ms. DeBeek would have, wanted to deal with issues concerning her union. Hello, good evening.
Right, Pastor. I break these righteous with the people went to school. Imagine this lady, the Prime Minister now telling people, we're running a deficit budget in this country, right? And a deficit budget means that you're spending more than you earn. You're living beyond your means. So you have to borrow the money when you pass a budget and make up the deficit in the budget, right? She tell everybody that she going to cut taxes. Now the taxes has contributed to your free medication, everything, schooling, everything. Now. You got to cut taxes right along the board. I want a property tax. I want a online taxes. I want this tax. I want that tax. Right?
Caller, I'm talking about Philip Alexander, right? I'm not really talking about general things, I'm talking exactly about how Mr. Alexander went into a predominantly African community and he would have, to me, disrespect black people by pointing them out in a certain way. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. But in this country, you see, these brothers and them, right? Watch me. Why living here? Right? They'll go on the line and do them thing. But why living here? They don't come here. Because they feel people here have more sense than people there. They might be so. They test these brothers and them. Right? Watch me. But all the housing project all over the place, all the back by you, Current Hills, all about is PNM build that. Right? As I told you, Manning, when the country had money, right, like in 2007, 2008 and things, they wanted to build over everything there and call it East Morins, right? The very UNC and African people tell them, don't move. They want to give the Syrian all their land, right? And the people and them buy that, right? The people and them buy that, right? So them test these brothers and them, you know. Them feel they could fool these brothers over and over and over and over and they'll think it, right? That's how life goes, right? See, you feel like how we grow up. See, that fella could have come there to try to embarrass anybody. Boy, the kind of unity we had. You see, the fool people, the system about the fool people. Let me tell you something. I live in a residential area, right? Marbella train line is opposite me. But they tell them fellas, them poor, and we rich. But we, first I go, the people on the line, riches is not having money. Because if riches are having money, the way we just live with neighbors and things around here, nobody know. We don't have no community children, don't play with one another. When you go on the line, it's real love, real togetherness, right? Real sharing and caring. That is love. That is richness. Riches is not. So the foolish fellas are kind of, I think the case is I Paul. Watch me, I tell you, the very same ministry that he is in right now is the same PNM create that ministry, the Ministry of Housing, right? So he can't talk about nothing, right? The people are trying to go didn't hire him. He gets a work, but the people are trying to go paying him, and we have to come out and fire him. We, the people, have to come out and fire him from his job because we paying him. He not working. All he doing is blogging and cursing people and embarrassing people right through. He went Diego Martin and do the same thing. Because the people at Diego Martin complain about the roads and he had all kind of things to say. Right? It's time for people to get up because if that was the PNM and that was a minister in the PNM doing that, all hell would have break loose. If it had Pastor Gogo, I stop respecting Muslim, Christian, Hindu. I have no respect because you see that play with thing on a Sunday? If that was Dr. Rowley said that, all hell would have break loose. The kind of things UNC getting away with in Trinidad and Tobago, if that was the PNM, all hell would have break loose. Right? Everybody quiet. And that is how life is. Right?
All right. Thank you very much.
God don't sleep.
Thank you very much, caller. All right, so let me play this latest video clip for you. Take a listen to Mr. Beak. Today, Mr. Beak had a protest outside of City Hall, San Fernando. Mr. Beak had a protest outside of City Hall, San Fernando. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google. Pastor Google, hello, Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
I would like to comment Philip Alexander for highlighting that kind of nastiness and thing in that area. How long that had been so? That had been so for the last 5 years.
So you know what we're talking about?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
What are we talking about?
concerning
statements concerning statements about black people by a minister. A minister stood up in a community that is owned by the government of Trinidad and Tobago and was talking about black people.
But the But he did nothing wrong. You have to highlight it.
No. So highlight. Wait, just now. I don't think you highlight what specifically, sir. If you come to highlight, all right. So if you're talking and you listen to this. If you are the minister, you're going into a community, you see ills in the community. You say, okay, we need to fix this sewer. We need to fix this. We need to fix that. We need to help this. We need to do that. And you highlight it. You are minister and you're highlighting what you're about to do, and you have the relevant persons there who are going to deal with it. That's not the issue people have. People have an issue with him calling out black people.
But he have to call out the black people.
All right, so thanks.
It's the black people who is doing the foolishness.
What foolishness?
Be real, now, man.
Wait, what foolishness?
Be real.
What foolishness?
Pastor Google, you as a pastor?
You are wait, just now. You are an Eastern. Wait, just now. Just now.
Look how pale you looking.
Wait, just now.
You know why?
Wait, just now.
I see wickedness upon your face to the people, to the black people.
All right, so hear what, right?
Stay in that condition.
All right, so hear what, right? Hear what I'm saying to you, right?
Oh, Lord.
Hear what I'm saying to you, right?
You as a pastor?
All right, so hear what I'm saying to you, sir. Hear what I'm saying to you, and I'm saying it publicly to you, right? I'm not going to be entertaining any more of your phone calls.
It doesn't really matter because the truth.
All right. Listen to me. Listen to this. Right.
Wicked.
Yeah. And you as an East Indian man calling in and saying this to me, right? You as an East Indian man who says a prophet. Wait, who say you are?
Tell you the truth when we reveal. I don't know East Indian.
What are you?
You're wicked to your own people.
All right.
What the man doing is right.
Call it saying that.
And he's highlighting where they didn't do in the past so much years.
All right then.
The place.
Okay. All right. Block. All right. Okay. All right. I'm not going through that with you. Nah. No. I'm not going through that with you. Yeah, I'm not going through that with you, man. Are you good? Yeah, I'm not going through that with you. You need help. You need mental help. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. You had him on too long, boy.
You
entertain him, you talk about you're not going to entertain him. You're supposed to cut you off a long time to chopping it this Saturday night.
You find so?
Yes?
Sometimes it's good for us to hear how they think.
But we know how we thinking already. From the time we talk to us, we know how we thinking the road is going down already. Don't touch this Saturday night. Don't touch, I say it. Don't touch. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, sir. Hello, good evening.
Good evening again, Pastor Google. Pastor Google, you want me to go through that with him?
No. I don't want you to go through that with him either.
I want to go through that with him.
No. I don't think. No, we don't have that time. We don't have that time for that kind of nonsense.
All right, because I'm babbling right now, you know. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
Yes.
Let me be short and direct. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. There is a spiritual fight against Christians. I will be very short and direct. There is a spiritual warfare against Christians. Once you seem or look like a Christian, you're in trouble. Christians better beware of their surroundings. You just was entertained by deceit. Let Trinidad and Tobago take that. Thank you, God.
All right, thank you very much, Kola. All right, so I'm going to play Mr. Beak. And today they had a protest outside of City Hall. All right, so take a listen to this. Mr. Beak and the protesting outside of
of daily paid workers at the San Fernando City Corporation say they've been waiting for months for back pay and salary increases promised under a collective agreement signed last year.
The Contractors and General Workers Union says despite the deal being finalized in April 2025, workers are still without the revised rates and arrears they were told that would follow within months. The union staged a protest outside San Fernando City Hall urging authorities to provide a clear timeline for payment and to address what it describes as prolonged administrative delays. Union President General Ermine de Beek-Mead said they had several discussions with Chief Personnel Officer Dr. Darrell Dindial in recent days, but no firm date has been given for when the money will be released. She said when the government came into office, a minister informed the union that it had no commitment to pay the daily paid workers and they should have waited for the change in administration.
These same ministers that are in government today, their new salaries was spoken about and was agreed when the past government was in place. And if it is, my members are being told they have not been paid yet because of the time that we would have signed. We are saying they should not have accepted the hefty salaries that they are enjoying now.
The union says it will return to the streets if there is no response by the deadline it has set for April 2nd.
It also plans to escalate the matter to the Finance Ministry if payment is not forthcoming, while continuing efforts to secure direct clarification from the CPO and government officials. Well, hundreds of members of the National Union of Government and Federated Workers Southern Division turned out at the Creative Arts Center today for the union's tri-annual election. Incumbent President Jason Gordon, seeking re-election, described the poll as part of the union's normal democratic process, with strong turnout expected from its more than 2,000 members. Gordon defended his record but admitted that workers continue to face challenges not only in municipal and regional corporations but also in other state-run agencies.
Uniform have not been provided to workers for a number of years in local government. Even central government, Ministry of Agriculture, workers working without PP for years. Workers in forestry not be given a proper pay slip. Workers not given the meal allowance, the fire allowance, and we're in fire season, fire watch right now. And these workers are performing yeoman service, and therefore they are not given their fire allowance.
Challenger Kadeem Edwards, who campaigned on a platform of change, says some workers feel left out and underrepresented.
I am within the Superior Borough Corporation, so I know the cries and the struggles of the people. So my concerns are we need transparency, we need true representation, integrity, we need leadership that we can trust. So I stand here for the people.
The union's Southern Division leadership will continue for the next 3 years.
In tonight's
of daily paid workers at the San Fernando City Corporation say they've been waiting for months for back pay and salary increases promised under a collective agreement signed last year.
The Contractors and General Workers Union says despite the deal being finalized in April 2025, workers are still without the revised rates and arrears they were told that would follow within months. The union staged a protest outside San Fernando City Hall urging authorities to provide a clear timeline for payment and to address what it describes as prolonged administrative delays. Union President General Ermine de Beekmead said they had several discussions with Chief Personnel Officer Dr. Darrell Dindial in recent days, but no firm date has been given for when the money will be released. She said when the government came into office, a minister informed the union that it had no commitment to pay the daily paid workers and they should have waited for the change in administration.
These same ministers that are in government today, their new salaries was spoken about and was agreed when the past government was in place. And if it is, my members are being told they have not been paid yet because of the time that we would have signed. We are saying they should not have accepted the hefty salaries that they are enjoying now.
The union says it will return to the streets if there is no response by the deadline it has set for April 2nd.
It also plans to escalate the matter to the Finance Ministry if payment is not forthcoming, while continuing efforts to secure direct clarification from the CPO and government officials. Well, hundreds of members of the National Union of Government and Federated Workers Southern Division turned out at the Creative Arts Center today for the union's tri-annual election. Incumbent President Jason Gordon, seeking re-election, described the poll as part of the union's normal democratic process with strong turnout expected.
All right, so you just heard, and we would have had Ms. DeBeek on with us. Ms. DeBeek would have shared some valid information with us concerning the union, and I'm pleased that Ms. DeBeek is one of the union leaders who is standing up for her workers. Yep, standing up, Ms. DeBeek. She's standing up. And she's going to stand up in a different way very soon. Very, very soon she's going to be standing up in a different way. And I want to tip my hat off to Ms. DeBeek and say to her, Ms. DeBeek, well done. Well done, Ms. DeBeek. Well done. Stand up for your workers. Ms. DeBeek is not willing to bow, but she's willing to stand for her workers. And I again want to say to her, well done, Ms. DeBeek. We on Constructive Talk are proud of you. And I'm going to try to get Ms. DeBeek on next week so that she can give us some more information on what's going on. You know what I mean? What's happening in what's happening with the protests and stuff like that. So again, I want to tip my hat off to Ms. DeBeek. I want to publicly say to you, Ms. DeBeek, job well done. I don't know. Somebody asking me where is Felicia. I don't know. Me not know. I would like to know. Just like how you want to know, I would like to know myself. I don't know where Miss Felicia is. I don't know if she is around. I don't know. If I was to sit here, I know, I would be lying. Alright, Miss Felicia is somewhere around the place. Alright, somewhere around the place Miss Felicia is. And she would speak in due time, I think. Alright, I think she would speak in due time. Alright. So there's another story I found to be very interesting that I wanted to talk about this evening. Oh, there's this story about a scam that is happening. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but you all need to be aware of this scam that is happening. All right, I'm gonna get it for you guys. I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna get it for you guys in a short. trying to get this video to play. There's a video that I want to play, and I'm trying to get it to play. So please bear with me as I try to get this video to play for you guys. Alright. So those of you who are on Facebook, hey, no, there's not what I want. I don't want it like that. Alright, so those of you who are on Facebook, those of you who look out for me on Facebook are not seeing me at all because the page was banned. Alright, the page was banned, and I am still trying to get it free from the ban. You know, I don't know how many of you understand that. Sometimes people have to be careful of what they're saying on your platform because there are people who are reporting things, and they reported the page, and the page was banned. Okay, I'm not getting this video to play. I don't know why. Alright, so in the meanwhile, while I'm not getting the video to play, okay, let me see something here. Alright. You know, a caller called in and he was saying that the PNM has to do, the People's National Movement have to get young people to repost and to push the narrative, the PNM narrative out there more, because he is seeing the UNC narrative more than the PNM narrative. And I was trying to explain to him, even though he was adamant that I don't want to hear what he has to say in the context of I am defending and deflecting for whatever reason. But I was trying to explain to him that the algorithm is something like this. So let's say you see something, or something comes up on your timeline, and you look at it. Once you look at it, once you just show some interest in it, it becomes an algorithm on your page or in your space. All right.
Apparently. Algorithms are in the social media apps we use every day, in search engines, even in dating apps. But I'll be honest, I've got absolutely no idea what they actually are, or how they work, or who makes them. Should we be worried about them? Can they think for themselves? Rather than be baffled by science, I'm going to go and find out. What on earth is an algorithm?
So listen to a little something on algorithm.
Every good piece of research start a search engine. So what is an algorithm? Can I even spell it? Oh, I think so. Okay. A process or set of rules to be followed in calculations or other problem-solving operations, especially by a computer. Sounds like a riddle.
After an hour of searching about the internet, it all felt a little overwhelming. So many different definitions without any clarity in what they actually do. During my search, I came across Professor Victoria Nash from the Oxford Internet Institute. I called to pick her brains.
We would tend to explain an algorithm most simply as a set of instructions. So
right.
An example of a non-internet based algorithm would be something like a recipe, for example, that gives you a set of instructions as to how to put together several ingredients and get a product, say a cake, at the other end. And online, an algorithm is effectively the same thing. It's a set of instructions that enable a computer, a program, to put together different sources of information and generate a result.
Speaking to Victoria has helped me understand what algorithms are. But how can the same thing that helps me bake a cake also give me the best results from a search engine?
No idea.
I'm taking a trip to Oxford to visit one of Victoria's colleagues, Dr. Bernie Hogan.
Bernie,
Hi.
great to see you.
John, nice to see you.
Where on earth are we?
So this is our university's data center. It's, it's pretty big. It's really noisy.
Really noisy.
There's a lot of computation happening here. Each one of these belong to different departments. They're doing...
Hello world, my name is David J. Malin and I'm a professor of computer science at Harvard University. Today, I've been asked to explain algorithms in 5 levels of increasing difficulty. Algorithms are important because they really are everywhere, not only in the physical world, but certainly in the virtual world as well. And in fact, what excites me about algorithms is that they really represent an opportunity to solve problems. And I dare say no matter what you do in life, all of us have problems to solve. So I'm a computer science professor, so I spend a lot of time with computers. How would you define a computer for them?
Well, a computer is electronic, like a phone, but it's a rectangle, and you can type, like tick, 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 and you work on it.
Nice. Do you know any of the parts that are inside of a computer? Like how many times can you divide 1,000 in half? Like, do these fundamentals become more dated and less important, do you think?
Now you're talking about the ways in which code and computation is a special case of technology, right? So for driving a car, you may not necessarily need to know much about organic chemistry, even if the organic chemistry is how the car works, right? So you can drive the car and use it in different ways without understanding much about the fundamentals. So similarly with computation, we're at a point where the computation is so high level, right? As you can import scikit-learn and you can go from 0 to machine learning in 30 seconds. It's depending on what level you want to understand the technology, where in the stack, so to speak, it's possible to understand it and make wonderful things and advance the world without understanding it at the particular level of somebody who actually might have originally designed the actual optimization algorithm. I should say though, for many of the optimization algorithms, there are cases where an algorithm works really well and we publish a paper and there's a proof in the paper, and then years later people realize actually that proof was wrong and we're really still not sure why that optimization works, but it works really well. Or it inspires people to make new optimization algorithms. So I do think that the goal of understanding algorithms is loosely coupled to our progress in advancing great algorithms, but they don't always necessarily have to require each other.
And for those students especially, or even adults who are thinking of now steering into computer science, into programming, who were really jazzed about heading in that direction up until, for instance, November of 2022, when all of a sudden, for many people, it looked like the world was now changing, and now maybe this isn't such a promising path, this isn't such a lucrative path anymore. Are LLMs, are tools like ChatGPT reason not to perhaps steer into the field?
Large language models are a particular architecture for predicting, let's say, the next word or a set of tokens more generally. The algorithm comes in when you think about how is that LLM to be trained, or also how to be fine-tuned. So the P of GPT is a pre-trained algorithm. The idea is that you train a large language model on some corpus of text. Could be encyclopedias or textbooks or what have you. And then you might want to fine-tune that model around some particular task or some particular subset of texts. So both of those are examples of training algorithms. So I would say people's perception of artificial intelligence has really changed a lot in the last 6 months, particularly around November of 2022, when people experienced a really good chatbot. The technology, though, had been around already before. Academics had already been working with ChatGPT 3 before that, and GPT-2 and GPT-1, and for many people, it sort of opened up this conversation about what is artificial intelligence and what could we do with this and what are the possible good and bad, right? Like any other piece of technology, Kranzberg's first law of technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. Every time we have some new technology, we should think about its capabilities and the good and the possible bad.
As with any area of study, algorithms offer a spectrum from the most basic to the most advanced. And even if right now the most advanced of those algorithms feels out of reach because you just don't have that background, with each lesson you learn, with each algorithm you study, that endgame becomes closer and closer, such that it will before long be accessible to you, and you will be at the end of that most advanced spectrum.
Right. So I played a whole lot of mumble jumble things there for some people, and some people might be saying, what the hell Pastor Google just played there? I don't understand one thing that man just said or those persons just said. Right? That's how I know some people are feeling. Some people are saying, well, what did jail really went on there? I don't know nothing about them thing, and I don't think that really helped me. But all I want to say, or I feel, is that the PNM should be more present on social media because I'm not seeing anything. All right? And I'm not feeling them where social media and information and a proper pushback is concerned. Right? And that is how some people feel. But what I was trying to say to the caller is that, well, actually I said it to him and then he said to me, he not following nobody. He too old to follow anybody. He gonna follow. People should be following him. If I'm quoting him right. Okay? So if I'm quoting him right, that is I think how he would have responded to me saying to him that what you have to do is to follow. You need to follow the pages, follow what is happening within the party and with persons within the party. Some people might say, I don't follow UNC, but I always see in UNC stuff. That is the very fact that you see it. The very fact that you see it, and that's what I'm trying to, and I don't know how else to try to make it simple. But when you see something from the UNC and you click on it, it becomes a part of your algorithm. I want to say that one more time. Some of you might say, I don't follow the UNC, but I always seeing things from them. The very fact that you might say you never touch it, but you might think you never did, but just by even looking, even there are some people, all right, let me try an example. I think I could use this example. Now, on my YouTube page, I have let me see if I can find it here. All right, so on my YouTube page, on my YouTube channel, I have 2,706, I believe it is, persons who subscribe to the page. 2,706 key. All right? But during the night on my program, if YouTube have something that can show you how much persons are viewing the program who haven't subscribed to the program. So there are persons who are watching the program, but they are not subscribing to the program. Right? In the sense that they're not clicking subscribe on the page. But they are watching the program. I wonder if I can do a screen. All right, yes, I can do that. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you. Because I really want people to understand that Dominic said something last night that I really don't want it to go over people's head. And I'm not gonna fight with anybody to explain this. I'm just going to show you all this. So I'm gonna snip it and put it up on the page, put it up on the screen for you to see what I'm talking about. All right? I ain't getting into no argument, no discussion with anybody about it. I just want to show you all it. All right? I can, if you ask me more about it, I can try my best to explain it as best as I can. But this is what I want to show you guys. Let me see, where is it? Boom. It'll be here. Because I just did it. Where is it? Alright, I think there's it here. Open. Okay. Alright, so this is it here. Alright. So those of you who are on the live presently, you all would see that there is 625 persons that is looking at the live. I see someone is calling me. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Pastor Guru.
Hi,
Like you, I endorse what you just said. I want to tip my hat off to Ms. Big too, because it seems that she's the only union leader at this present time standing for workers. Congratulations to her.
Well, we also have the young lady from TSTT, yeah? You have to give her.
Oh, yes,
also.
Yes, quite true.
Yeah.
But I want to congratulate Ms. DB. Thank you very much for this opportunity, sir.
You're most welcome, sir. Thank you very much. So let me show you guys this. So those of you watching the channel right now, those of you who are watching me on YouTube, you all are seeing that there is how much persons on? 624. Some people coming off the live. But it's around 600 and something persons watching the live currently. Right? But if you look here, you would see where there's 2,844 persons. And if you're watching it on your big screen TV, you are going to see it. After the 627, there is 1, and then there is 2,844. That is views. That is views. And somebody might say, but this man always coming up on my TV, boy. How this man always coming up on my TV, boy? You know why? Because you may have heard something I said and you stop to listen and it automatically becomes a view. When you may not ever be interested in nothing I have to say, you know. But the very fact that you have stopped to listen to what I have to say is 2,844 persons who are doing that. And those 2,844 persons have not subscribed to the page. All right? I wanted to get that across. Okay, so I make that point. So, yesterday, Mr. Romain would have said that one of the problems that the PNM is having is that people would publish things, people would put things out there, people would share things, and PNM people don't share it. You could have 100 young people within a room sharing things, but if PNM people don't share it, we will still have a problem. I don't know how to explain that again. I don't know how to convince people of it. Right? But that's the reality of it. The reality is, if you don't share PNM stuff, it is not going to be popular. It's not going to be out there. The only way you can have 1,000 people in a room sharing it. If PNM people don't share it, it is not going to be out there. That's how the algorithm functions. That's how it functions. That's how it operates. All right? So, there's an issue where people are not sharing. Somebody's saying, Pastor, the UNC paying for boost. PNM isn't doing that. Pastor, the UNC is buying boost. PNM isn't. That's why we are the Cambridge Analytica in Netflix. That's why we are in Cambridge Analytica on Netflix. And so I want to say it again. We, even if we pay, if you don't share it, You could pay, it is not going to go anywhere. The people who, and I have to get somebody to explain, because my simple explanations may not suffice. Because you know when it's a robot, because it says the same thing. If you go to ChatGPT, it says, if you type in, I want a logo for Constructive Talk, it will give you a sample of a logo. But every time you type in what you want on the logo, it still keeps that sample. So you know it's a robot. You know it's a robot. So there are people who boost their views by paying. But it's not real people. It's fake people. All right? So what some of us need to do is to subscribe to the PNM YouTube page. Some of you need to subscribe to this page. Some of you need to subscribe to Dominic page. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google. I find you're fighting up and trying to get people to understand how this thing works. The thing with the PNM is very simple. Again, with respect to the UNC. The UNC pays people to go online to attract people. Whether it's with propaganda, whether it is with whatever. That's what they do. I remember, and I want to tell you something I never tell you before. The last PNM convention I went to, Dr. Rowley was Prime Minister. I made a statement. And Dr. Rowley told me, no, sir. The issue is people being online. And if you don't understand that, well, then I'm sorry for you. Remember, he told me that. Because Dr. Rowley knew then, and that was way back then, that he understood. Dr. Rowley understood that dealing with people online was the way to connect to people and educate people. We in the PNM have to understand that. The UNC did it ad nauseum. The UNC was all online, talking to people and selling their diatribe and selling whatever it is they wanted to sell. They did that. You coming now to attempt to tell people what we should be doing, we all know, but we're too lazy. And that is the point. You trying to tell us that, hey, listen, the technology is the way to go. You think people don't know that? You think we don't know that? I am a dinosaur in this. Let me tell you this. My children and my young friends, they don't move without their phone. My son has a girlfriend that when you see her, if she forgets her phone home, she goes back for it. Because she will never ever be without her phone. Because she knows and she told me today, because she knows I am an Alexa fan. She say, hey, there's a new Alexa coming out, you know. I tell her, I say, as soon as it comes out, I want to buy it. She say, and this one better. This one have everything. This one have the full works. More than this one, more than the one I have. When I went to America, I bought I bought one in Trinidad. That was the ball. And I bought another one in America when I went to America. She said, see what she told me today, not yesterday, today. She said, you see the one you have there? That is a waste of time. The one that's coming out, far better than that one you have. And I am telling you, I never tell you where I get from, I get from Mr. Chance. Because Mr. Chance has family abroad. I'm being honest, and he ain't going to get vexed with me. Mr. Chance has family abroad who gives him Alexas, the latest, and he has the information. And I got it from him. So when I went to America, I got it. I brought back the latest that they had. And there's a newer one coming up with more information. People, we know Pastor Google, we know, but you see, you know what we just do? We just want them to look for, I always say it, we look for excuses. We PNM people. It's not we don't know. You are to sit down here tonight to educate us on online information. We all know. We walk around with our little mini computers, our phones. We all know, but we're lazy, and we want to look for excuses not to vote, and we look for excuses to listen to the other side when they're giving us diatribe and selling us wrong information. That's what we do. And I have seen it. They sell us the wrong information and we say, yeah boy, that's sounding good. We hear it every day. And they want to compare us, as I've heard this up to this morning on a particular radio station that you and I listen to, that all are we the same thing? Really, we are not. Because I have challenged people and say, who have court matters in court? Tell me who on the PNM side have matters in before the court. Tell me on the UNC side who have matters before the court. But they will never tell you. They just stoop and walk away because they know better. They know. But you see, they depend on online information to fool the people. And we sit here and we accept it. And that is where we go wrong. That is where we, as a people, as a PNM people, go wrong. Because we listen to the other side, because you know why? They drown us in information. They drown us. Why are we waiting for them to drown us in information when we can listen to other information on the PNM? The PNM knows what they have to do. Why don't they do it? We could do it better or just as good. Why don't we do it? Tell me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Tell me, well, I'm wrong. But why don't we do it the same way? Why don't we get people to do it the same way? To drown PNM people and other people in PNM information. Look what's going on right now with Dr. Rowley and a simple letter. And who get the letter, and who didn't get the letter, and who this, and who that. And why are we going through all of that? These things are simple. But you know what's going on? It is bacchanal, and we like that. And we could just share that stupidness and say, well, he get it, and this one say he get it, and this one say, no. We can do better. As a people, as a educated people, we're supposed to do better. But we don't. We sit down and we listen to the UNC, and them sell the diatribe, and we accept it, and say, well, you know, really? I call Dr. Rowley, they're still calling this man arrogant. Imagine that, up to today, they still call this man arrogant. But when certain people sell, we think about the building, that building in Tranquility Street. And how it's built under what? Because it's built under, we sell drugs and we sell, people still believe in that dotishness. Why? Because you know why? Because they're putting it up there online. And nobody debunking it enough. Hear my words. People debunking it, you know, but nobody debunking it enough to tell them all you're talking a bunch of stupidness. And that is what we have to do. We have to do it enough to debunk that stupidness. And until we can do that, until we as a people, as a PNM people can come out and instead of you coming to explain what we need to do, Pastor Google, we come out and we do it. Then and only then we will understand and learn and appreciate what the People's National Movement is all about. Because we can't just be going to meetings and hoping for the best. You have to put it out there online. And why we not doing that? Why? We need to do it. I mean to do it more. We do it more than them. They hiring people to do it. They hire people. People crawling today. You said it, Pastor Google. You said it. And people crawling and they get the money yet. Because they hired people to put things online, to debunk and to say certain things. Why we are doing that and paying them? That's what we have to do. Not just depend on you, Pastor Google. Not just depend on you. You coming tonight to explain to us what we're supposed to be doing? Really? That is where we reach? We supposed to know that long time. Put it out there. Bring out the people. Debunk what they're saying. Instead of letting it just drift and people put it in we head and blowing our minds. I'm waiting for what do you call it, these people who came to Trinidad and Tobago to sell that stupidness to us. No! You're doing a good job, yes, but after tonight, what happens tomorrow? You tell me. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But what happens after you explain this tonight? And you explain it to how many people I just said? What, 2,800 people? What about the rest of us who's supposed to vote? What about the rest of us? Who listening? And those are the people we have to attract. Those who are not listening to you tonight, but those who will listen to you next week, and those who will listen to the PNM going forward. Those are the people we have to get involved. So while I applaud what you are doing tonight, and I appreciate you, there are more people to attract. And we have to get our people involved to get those people on board so that we can win local and win the next general election. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll give out some chance. I can't see what people are saying on the live. Go to the head of the class. Man. All right, so taking your calls. So there are issues, and so Brian brought up one of the issues there, with the issue with Dr. Rowley and the invitation and the back and forth with the invitation. I listened to the news tonight, and Mr. Lee Hunt said that Mr. Lee Hunt felt as though that issue should have been handled privately by both parties. Mr. Lee Hunt said that if Dr. Rowley didn't get an invitation, he should have reached out to the General Secretary or the political leader and let her know that how he feels about it, and let them address it in that way. All right. Mr. Ashton Ford would have said that he finds that the leadership is too arrogant. Is that the word he used? I don't want to use the wrong words. Right? And he would have said that they need to come down from the high horses and and stuff like that. And things like that need to be dealt with, yes. Just to touch on something Brian said about PNM hiring people, and I think one of the callers would have mentioned it too. In order for the PNM to hire people, they have to have finances to do such. I don't know if they have. I don't know if they still have. I don't know if they do. If they have, well, they need to talk to the financiers and hire in young people to do such work for them. If they don't have finances, then we know how rough that will be. And we know how tough that can be. Right? So yeah, we are seeing things playing out in the public domain that some people are unhappy about. Right? There are some people who like what is being played out in the public domain, and there are some people who are not happy with how it's being played out in the public domain. This evening, a taxi driver would have said to me, he said that this is doing more harm than good for the party, chances, because people are not attracted to anything that is divided. Right? Anything that appears to have two heads is a monster. Any two-headed thing is a monster. Right? So when we look at what is happening and we're hearing what is happening and we're seeing what is happening, there are some people who have concerns. And the concerns are, where is the party going when it appears divided as it is? Right? Where is it going? So, what are the suggestions? And for me, suggestions are suggestions, but it's like, again, I just draw an example. People would have made suggestions to me. I could draw one suggestion. I remember my Auntie Julie said to me, she said, I need you to step up your professionalism on Constructive Talk, in your appearance, in the way you appear, the way you look. Stop wearing t-shirts and wear shirts. You look more professional. It gives off a different aura, and it shows people that you are serious about what you're doing. Since my aunt told me that to now, I try my best to put on shirts. I just want you to listen to a suggestion that was made to me and how it was presented to me. Right? I remember a lady called me at one time and she said to me, Pastor Google, you are too repetitive. You would repeat yourself too often and it becomes monotonous. We need for you, I would like for you to, get different topics. So yes, you can talk about Miss DeBeek, but playing Miss DeBeek over and over and over and over and over and over and over for the whole duration of a program for 3 hours becomes boring and monotonous. So what I need for you to do is, or what I suggest you do is, while you listen to the news and you glean from the news, you look for different topics in the news, and in every hour, you deal with an issue. And you get more out of it that way. You invite a guest to come on, you deal with an issue with that guest, and you allow callers to call in and deal with the issues from the guest. And I said to myself, okay, I understand what she's saying, and I would seek to make the relevant changes, suggestions. So I have had several suggestions. There is one about bringing young people on. Somebody said to me, Pastor Google, you are only capturing a certain demographic of people. You need to get some youth voices to get the young people to be interested in the politics or current affairs. I had a meeting with some young people, and the young people said to me, yes, they're interested, and they're putting together their logo, they're putting together their content, what they're coming to discuss, and the youth program should be streaming very soon. So I'm saying this to say to you guys that Dominic would have said it last night, that the PNM is at a point where they're going to roll out some stuff, and they will need your support. And this is where we genuinely need people who not. You know, there are some people who just criticize for criticizing's sake, but who would give you some constructive criticism. And I had spoken to the political leader about coming on Constructive Talk, and she's willing to come on. Right? She is willing to spend, she said, and the difference between Ms. Beckles and all the other MPs that I have spoken to about coming on the program, the difference with Ms. Beckles and all the others is that she is willing to come here and sit down. She don't want no phone call. She said to me, Pastor Google, I don't want any call in discussion. I want to come in and take calls, interact with the people, let them see my face, my expressions, my smile, my frown, and all these things. And she's willing to come. Right? And I am willing to have her. We are organizing there's a time when we're going to do it, and it's going to be very soon. All right, it's going to be very soon. So I'm going to open up the phone lines now. Let me hear your suggestions. Let me hear you. Want to hear your suggestions on moving forward. So we heard the suggestion about getting the young people and getting bloggers. And as I said before, I don't know the financial status of the PNM. So I'm not, let me tell you this, I'm not on General Council. I'm not on Central X. I am just a simple blogger who interacts with the political leader from time to time and other members of parliament. From time to time, if I see them at a meeting, they are very cordial with me and they would chat with me. All right? So, right? So you all could call in 464-7003. 464-7003. All right? Somebody sent a voice note.
Google, good night. Pastor Google, you see the situation with the invitation with Dr. Rowley and that get invitation to the PNM 70th anniversary. I don't like that. That is a very, very serious insult to Dr. Rowley. How come Dr. Rowley get an invitation? Is the political leader make any statement about it? Is Miss Penny?
All right. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good night, Pastor Booker. When a party of 100,000 members and the PNM of 100,000 members, right? You don't really need finances for that journey you're talking about, because what's me? At $10, every member, 100,000 members, that is $1 million every month. $10, $1 million a month. So if every member come up with $20 a month, that is $2 million. We could have bloggers, podcasts all over it. If you have 100,000 members, and that 100,000 member, $120 a year per person. That is $12 million in 10 years. That is $100 and something million. Much easy, you know. Financial literacy easy, right? Very easy to. At $10 a person, we could control every month. $10 a person. You save $1 million. You have 100,000 supporters. I mean, members. Yeah. So if everybody put 50, check how much is that?
All right.
That is $5 million a month.
All right.
That we could get bloggers to do everything too.
I hear you, caller. But all right, I hear you, caller. Thanks very much.
Simple maths.
A caller is easier said than done. It's easier said than done. Let's be real. It's easier said than done. But I hear you, caller, and I hear you. Thanks very much.
All right.
Thank you.
The executive of the People's National Movement is facing criticism over its handling of former leader Dr. Keith Rowley's claim that he was not invited to the party's 70th anniversary celebrations.
But while PNM General Secretary Foster Cummings has indicated that the party will move to improve its internal processes, a party stalwart is openly criticizing the leadership, accusing it of disrespect and a lack of humility.
First, it was Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal criticizing her party's actions. And now a sitting PNM MP is also calling out her party, asking, where's the respect for former leader Dr. Keith Rowley? Airing her views publicly on social media today, Camille Robinson-Regis said she's inclined to believe Dr. Rowley when he said he received no invitation to the PNM's 70th anniversary celebrations in January because she believes he is not careless with the truth. And while the PNM maintains that an official invite was sent to Dr. Rowley's residence and that they missed him on the day of the function,
Keith Christopher Rowley, wherever you are today, we love you in the PNM.
Robinson-Regis maintains that this goes beyond a mere invitation and questioned where's the respect from the PNM for people who helped build the party. Well, today we reached back out to PNM General Secretary Foster Cummings, who said they looked into the matter. The invite was in fact sent out, but he cannot confirm if Dr. Rowley received it.
Don't know what may have happened in terms of receipt of it. I can't speak to that, but what we will do on our end is to make sure and continue to improve our operations to make sure that things like this do not reoccur.
The General Secretary said they have the utmost respect for Dr. Rowley and there was no intention to be disrespectful. But former General Secretary Ashton Ford believes the party was being disrespectful, and he said the new executive must learn humility.
They must change their approach in the way they treat with party members, especially those of us who have served. And they cannot be ignoring and figure, well, they're in charge now and they could do what they want. That is bad.
Ford said the party should have called the former Prime Minister to ensure he received the invite. The former PNM Gensec warned the PNM that Dr. Rowley is not a man to take disrespect quietly.
They have no respect. No respect. And you know Dr. Rowley is a man competitive. He will not stay silent.
Meanwhile, long-standing PNM member and former Vice Chairman Robert Lehunt said he believes while there may have been no malice on either side, things should have been sorted out privately.
I think a short communication directly to Dr. Rowley, explaining what was done, apologizing for him not receiving it, and just probably trying to ascertain what time it was delivered, who delivered it, etc. Would have been probably better than public discourse.
And political analyst Dr. Winfred James believes the party has bigger issues to focus on, but questioned if this shows an underlying resentment for Dr. Rowley from within the party.
He remains in the highlight, and he appears to be moving against Penny Beckles. He's challenging secretly or quietly Penny Beckles.
Attempts to get a comment from the opposition leader were unsuccessful.
Well, with government trying to...
All right. So that's what I was talking about earlier on, about Mr. Lee Hunt, and his statements. There are some persons who are saying that these public outbursts, these public spats are not contributing, or is not helping the party's chances in winning over the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what some people are saying to me. You know, some people are saying to me, Pastor Google, you know, these outbursts and these public issues, these issues that are out in the public and being flushed out in the public is not helping the party. It's making people believe more and more that the party is divided. All right. So how do we deal with this? How do we heal this? What is your suggestion to help the party heal and from these situations? Hello, good evening.
Yes, hello, good evening, Pastor Google. How are you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
Yeah, I think you're raising such a key issue with respect to Dr. Rowley and that episode. What is baffling to me is that for a former Prime Minister, leader of the party, 15 years, nobody couldn't see it fit to try to send that correspondence via certified mail or registered mail. And the reason I'm raising the point is it's a observation that I was paying attention to over the years. A lot of documents tend to disappear in this country, whether email or they'll send it regular mail, TT post, right? But somehow never certified mail or registered mail. If Dr. Rowley had to sign for the invitation, well, then he wouldn't be able to make such a claim. But I believe that his claim is accurate because I don't think he was ever sent an invitation.
But the news is saying, okay, while you say that, right, and I hear you, all right, but the news, we just listened to the news there, and we heard where the General Secretary said that he did send one, but he cannot confirm if he received it. And you are saying, and the General Secretary also admitted and said, and hear what? This has taught us a lesson that we have to change our style or method in delivering or dealing with things like this. So just making an outright statement that he don't believe there was ever one sent to him, I don't think that's being fair in the sense of...
No, and that is a fair observation, but the thing about it is, if we were... Okay, there are three sides every story, right? The two opinions and the truth. just like the recommendations that are being made for the body cameras will have the evidence, that will verify which opinion is correct. Right? So here we have a man that was very, very careful when he demitted office to make sure that his passport now read former Prime Minister versus, where somebody may try to entrap you. If he was traveling on a passport that was reading Prime Minister, well, then he would be in some problems. But it lets me know that this is a very, very meticulous thinker. Right? So I agree. There needs to be an upgrade to the protocols and procedures of the party. But that is a situation that could have been properly addressed.
But all right. So, but what you and yes, and the general secretary, and that may just be a suggestion that I think they should take on board. And we're looking for solutions and suggestions. But what you think about and what you think about Mr. Lee Hunt's suggestion that all right. So if I have an issue with you, right? If I have an issue with you, let me take it up with you now. Then I come in on my platform and trying to destroy you, or not destroy. That's a strong word. I take that back. Than trying to highlight it without first going through the proper channels of dealing with it with you.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right, Pastor Google. Basic due process.
So I think I think Dr. Rowley could have reached out to the General Secretary, reached out to the political leader. He would have and then from there, let them know that I'm disappointed in the party process in which reaching out to me for the 70th anniversary. Talk to them first, and then from after talking to them, then you deal with it in a different way. But as Mr. Hunt is saying, doing it like how it's being done now, where there are some people who have the opinion that we have bigger fish to fry than to be fighting among our internal issues in the public.
Well, I think you're raising a valid point. Public and private should never really mix. But I think in order for the group to move forward, the major issues have to be addressed instead of putting up a front that everything is okay.
But when you say the major issues need to be addressed, what major issues you are seeing that need to be addressed?
I think, like Dr. Rowley mentioned, he said he wasn't necessarily happy with the way that. Listen, my personal belief is Teo Tiong would have been based on what the dynamics are. Based on what the dynamics are worldwide, I think Teo Tiong would have been an ideal personality to help us to pivot in a new direction. He has the listen, Teo Tiong dropped some gems. When he's in Parliament, the command that he has of the Parliament in terms of his understanding of the law and his ability to communicate. And look, he was the one that corrected the Hansard. Somebody is there, Pastor Google, talking crazy in the Parliament. I mean, Parliament is private chambers. But look at the style and grace that he used to correct the Hansard. He said that happened under all your watch. Why are you trying to put the blame on the PNM?
But the thing, and I hear you, but the reality of it is that I think even citizens out here, somebody like me, and other persons would know that the UNC was in office when Miss Dana Sital was murdered. No, but I want you to, when I want you to kind of bring it home when it comes to what you mean by when you said they're putting up a front and they need to deal with whatever. What?
No, you said it earlier, Pastor Google. A house divided cannot stand.
Right.
And where we should be addressing the dirty laundry issues privately.
Right.
It's still a case where the party, I believe that the PNM's PR is excellent. They deport themselves diplomatic in a way that is palatable. But then it doesn't mean that you could play attractive, you could have an attractive facade, but then the thing is not functional.
Okay. I hear you. All right, Kola.
Right, so moving forward, like, look at what you always do, Pastor Google. You always present the evidence. You'll find it. Let me play a clip for you.
Right.
So, where somebody talking crazy one way, but you're saying, but look, the evidence here. And that's what Dr. Rowley, I believe, is getting at. You see, you're coming with not one iota of proper evidence.
Right.
You say, come and sit in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he's saying, sit in front of me and present it. Remember, you was talking about every time he traveled, he would come and have a press conference right away. You're keeping the public, you're keeping the private citizens of the country informed.
Yeah, but Dr. Amy Brown was the one who brought up that again to the public domain, where at a press conference, Dr. Amy Brown said that we expect you to do the honorable thing like what Dr. Rowley would have done, and every time he goes out of the country, he would have a press conference in the airport.
Yes.
All right, but all right. I hear you, caller, and there are some people who may not agree with us, and there are some people like the fact that Dr. Rowley come out and say he didn't get invitation. There are people who are UNC people who like that. There are PNM people who like it, and you know what? People were always taught in the PNM that we don't wash our dirty linens in public.
That is absolutely right.
So we are realizing now that we are moving away. We are moving away from that, and we are now coming out. And because of whatever is happening within the party, we are now coming out and laying it out in the public domain. Hear what? This what is going on. When there was a young man, I don't know if you saw it on social media, a young man who did a video, and he said his wish as a young man, his prayer as a young man is that Ms. Beckles and Mr. Young go into a room, have it out. If it had to take whole day, sit down in a room and have it out. And when they finish, they have a meeting with the membership, and then they come out to the public. And that is his prayer. But there are some people who don't want that.
And that is why we cannot move forward.
There are some people who don't want that.
I believe, Pastor Google, that the pivot, as it may not be a popular opinion, but I believe Strotton was key to the pivot. And you remember the accolades that he got from the Chinese High Commissioner when they realized that, Strotton, right? That was, I believe, the pathway for us to pivot in a different direction.
I hear you. I have to take some more calls. We will talk.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor.
Yeah, man.
Take care.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Guru.
Hi, good evening.
Pastor Guru, I want to thank that last gentleman for being, how should I put it, boy? He was cool and calm. And he said what he had to say. And sir, I want to tell you, I appreciate you for what you said. I really do. I really and truly do, sir. Because, sir, you were cool and polite, and you attempted to get across your point, and I heard your point. And, sir, I appreciate you. And please call in again, because I need to hear from you. I do. I really do. And Pastor Gold, what you were saying is simply this. And maybe I might be wrong, but I want to say what I thought he was saying. Pastor Google, if I am to invite you to my home, I have to make sure that whatever invitation I send to you as an important person, that you get it. It's not a matter of I send you an invitation and that is it. No. I must ensure whether it is registered mail or whatever it is, and I must confirm that you got it. And that is the point. I must confirm. Dr. Rowley, you see, Dr. Rowley is not just simply Dr. Rowley. Dr. Rowley is a man who took us between 2010 and 2015 into leadership. Leadership for 10 years. And that have them UNC and them people getting on how they're getting on today. Let me be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. Dr. Rowley took us out after Patrick, the great Patrick Manning. And I know you will have no problems with what I'm saying, Pastor Google. The late, great, super great Patrick Manning took us from there into 5 years of opposition and spoke to us, and then took us into 10 years. Them could say what they want. I know business into what we're going through now. Look what we're going through now, Pastor Google. Look at what we're going through now. Not even the Caribbean is on our side. Not even the Caribbean. Not even this gentleman who spoke. Sir, I really thank you very much, sir, for what you said, the things you said. And please call in again because I want to hear you. I really do. People like you, sir. Sir, I want to hear you. Pastor, look at where we are today. Pastor, what did if you send an invitation to Dr. Rowley, a former prime minister, ain't you going to make sure you get it? If you send an invitation to a former secretary from ARIMA, ain't you going to make sure you get it? You don't just send it. If I send an invitation to you, Pastor Google, I have to make sure I go and I say, hey, Pastor, you get the invitation? You get it? I go make sure you get it. I will ensure that you get and you come. We have to cloak ourselves together. Because if we don't do that, well, then where are we going? Where are we going? We can't pretend to be PNM and we're not cloaking ourselves together, Pastor Google. Pastor Google, let me tell you this. I'm going to say something that, and I want to be honest, and I know you might like it, but I'll tell you. Pastor Google, you know, you's a man that's go all the meetings from South. You, Pastor Google, you, just make sure all the meetings all over Trinidad, you know, you go to them. Why you go to them, Pastor Google? Why? Because you have nothing else to do. You're not in the front line. You're not there to say that, okay, hey, look, Pastor Google there, but you go, you make sure you go. However you go, you make sure that I am there, just you are there. Everybody don't do that, you know. And I applaud that about you. Because I see you for who you are. I see that. I tell certain people in the PNM, I say, hey, Pastor Goulding could be on tonight. You know why? Because he could be in that meeting. I don't have to think or guess or say maybe he might be on tonight. I know you're going to that meeting. You find your way. Because you know why? Because of your love for the PNM and your love for the people in the PNM. And we must demonstrate that for our people, past and present. And we must respect Dr. Rowley and others. Ashton Ford, all of those who were there before, who built this party. It's not you and me. We now trying to build it. You and me now trying, Pastor. But look what you doing. Look what you doing. You. Look what you doing every night. As God sent night. You look what you doing. You don't think we should appreciate you too? You don't think that we should just sit down and say, well, hey, Pastor Google on tonight and boy, whatever. No, you look what you doing. I appreciate you. And we should appreciate those who have gone before, who have developed this party and built this party and sell tickets all down in San Fernando, in Port of Spain by the bank to sell tickets to make sure we build Balize house. All what they're talking about, they may have nothing. Do you know Pastor Google? Yunanan Prasad left the party because he was the treasurer and $10 million went missing. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about that, Pastor Google. Yunanan Prasad gone to the grave with money missing from the UNC. That's why they can't build nothing. That is why today, up to today, they can't build anything. And the way you don't talk about them thing.
All right.
See, in a building, a building, they could say what they want to say. But we building it. We put in our money. When you're a member like me, and I come up there and I put my money, I know I'm building something for the future. What I'm building. Them don't even trust the self, Pastor Google, and nobody don't talk about that.
I hear you. Let me take some more calls. I want to hear what
they don't
people
talk
have
about
to say.
themselves. And I don't give a damn about them. And Pastor, you and I have to defend our party.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I think I have a voice that I want to play.
Pastor, good night again. I wonder if the UNC has paid the money to the PNM.
Okay, you're talking about that. Hello, good evening. Caller, you need to load on your television and talk to me on the phone. Hello, good evening. Hello. All right. When you call in, you need to talk to me on the phone and not on don't listen to me on the television. Because if you listen to me on the television, you're going to get a delay, and there is a delay. All right? There is a delay. So those of you trying to get through, please, when you call in, load down your TV. Once you get through, load on your TV, listen to me on the phone. Okay? 464-7003. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Pastor Google. Good night.
Hi, good evening.
I am talking from a young person perspective. I am very disappointed in former Prime Minister, because even though something like that happened, where you didn't get invited, you don't bring it to the media. You don't bring it out in the public. You can call the General Counsel, the PNM, or you can sit down and you can discuss it, or you can talk about it. You have to bring it out there to be a topic in the eye. So remember, young people like me watching all here, and I want to vote for PNM, and I see PNM divided, they're fighting against themselves. They can't be doing these things. It don't look good. We want we party to look united and strong. Whatever grievances all they're having, they need to get like a general council meeting, call everybody and all they trash it out. And after they leave, there is one mission, united, to form the next government. We don't want to hear this fighting on social media, not looking good. The youth looking on and they want to vote and they're frightened to vote because we have our next party where it's a mess, which is called the UNC, and then we had the PNM who don't know what they want. They're fighting between themselves. It's not looking good. All they had to unite. All they come together. We don't want the infighting. Infighting is not good. We want the party to unite. So I believe they should call some meeting and all the executive come, all they sit down, all they trash it out, and when they lead there, it's our one goal is building PNM and making it better for the future. That is my point. That's all I have to say, Pastor Google.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're taking your calls. 464-7003. 464-7003. 464-7003. What is your view on the issue? What is your view? All right, take your calls. If you never called before, this is a good time for you to call you. This is a great time for you to call in. 464-7003. What is your view? So yeah. As I said before, Mr. Lee Hunt, you heard Mr. Lee Hunt, you heard from a former General Secretary Ashton Ford, you heard Mr. What's his name? I can't remember the other guy's name. Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Pastor Google.
Hi, good evening, ma'am.
I think a lot of people missing some pointers. Dr. Rowley did not come out in the public and say he was asked, and he said he did not want to talk about it. Okay? And when Mr. Lee Hunt said he should have called the secretary and talk about it, I don't think that would have been good for him, because the way how they disrespect him, the way how they watch him up and down when he attends funerals. I mean, he's a human being. And, I say this.
Just now, caller, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about specifically, but I have seen, and I have on my phone pictures of Dr. Rowley in funerals, and I see him, the political leader, Ms. Beckles, they down in one another ears talking, greeting very cordially. When the news item I played earlier on, where the news would have shown where Mr. Foster Cummings and they would have said, hey, they would have shouted him out at the 70th anniversary and stuff like that. I have countless pictures on my phone of Dr. Rowley in different events, and I've never seen that what you're talking about.
Okay, Pastor Google, I was not there, but I heard there's some people who attended the funeral.
Well, I don't know, because I could put up some of the pictures now as we speak, because the media, and let me tell you this, you see the media of Trinidad and Tobago, they know that there are people who are saying things like that, and you know what they do? They deliberately, every time they see Dr. Rowley and Ms. Beckers together, or Dr. Rowley and any one of the opposition people together, they just take out pictures of them and put it out there. I don't know if you have never seen any, but I would put up some now and show you while you're talking, okay?
But I would like the members, though, to remember he gives them their first break, and you don't have to like somebody to respect him. Respect them. Give him his respect. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, God. And as I said earlier on, I have pictures. Who did I send those pictures to? I have pictures, and those pictures doesn't speak of what the lady is talking about. You know, I remember. So I'm gonna try and when I find those pictures, I'll put them up in the meanwhile, while I wait for your calls. Alright, look, I found one here. I want to put up this picture. How about doing that, buddy? One, just another one, two. Right, let's go. So I need to find some more pictures and put them up. But not just now, Alright, let me see how I'm doing this. So you could call in, I'm willing to take your calls. 464-7003. 464-7003. 464-7003. Let me take this call. Hello, good evening.
Pastor Google.
Uh-huh.
Good evening again. I'm listening to you saying that, well, you're making points that you see Dr. Rowley and the political leader, the PNM, in the public having a cordial FaceTime. And specifically, we're talking about the 70th anniversary.
No, Lily wasn't specifically talking about. She mentioned specifically about a funeral. She said that they would the thing, and I said to her that I have pictures of him and her in a funeral being very cordial. She was talking to him in his ears, and they were talking, they were laughing. The media took out those pictures.
Okay, right. So what the lady just said about the slight, my word, in the funeral, I've heard that also on other platform, but I'm not dealing with that. What I'm dealing with is what I saw, right? I saw in the 70th anniversary. I looked it up I was looking at it on Facebook and stuff, and I watched the optics of it. I saw when they were sticking the cake and stuff, right? Stuart Young was not in that picture with them sticking the cake. I saw one picture with Stuart Young in the 70th anniversary where he was hugging like one of his constituents. I think it was a young child or something, a young boy or something. So no one of the frontline pictures. All the frontline pictures I saw with Hans and all of them sticking the cake. I think the General Secretary was there. I didn't see Dr. Rowley and I didn't see Stuart Young. But anyhow, I said, well, I didn't even know Dr. Rowley was there, but I was looking to see what the optics. But anyhow, and the young lady called just now and say that, which she had a real good point, everybody's supposed to come together and trash it out. And when they leave the room, they starting afresh going forward. And that's good. But we on the outside, Pastor Google, are seeing the optics, right? Stuart Young is sidelined from the front line of the party in terms of when they're having meeting outside, right? How much time you see Stuart Young in a meeting? I mean, when you hear Stuart Young in the parliament, you know this is somebody that you want in your front line to speak. Forget the leadership issue.
Right. So let me ask you this: you think that they deliberately don't invite him to the meetings?
Well, you see, that is the thing. I don't know. I am not there.
So,
but
all right.
I am looking. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Me from on the outside looking in.
Right.
And I'm not seeing him in the front line of things.
Right.
Then I will only form an assumption based on what I am seeing with the optics.
Right. So
of what's going on.
All right. So sometimes, sometimes that is wrong to do. No,
yeah,
the meeting.
But I could only go by what I'm seeing, right?
All right, right. So the meeting at Tunapuna, when they had the meeting at Tunapuna, the sit-down meeting at Tunapuna. Remember that?
Right. Cool. Yeah.
Right. Mr. Young was in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I know that. I saw that.
But people,
I know he was in St. Vincent.
Right. But people were still seeing what you are seeing.
But I am not saying he was. I am not talking about that one instance.
No, I'm not. Well, I just know. You see, you're done ready to. You just say that I defending. Wait, no. You just say no. I want you. You're not even. I want you to listen what I'm going to say.
All right, go ahead.
People were already saying that. Look, they sideline him. Why he wasn't there. And the facts were out there that he was out of the country, right? There was another time again that there was a public meeting. He was at the meeting. Look the side. He had eye surgery.
Pastor Google.
All right, let me not say anything to you. You continue, because no matter what I say to you, no matter what I say to you, no matter what I say to you right now, you have already concluded in your mind that I am defending. It's not that I am defending. I'm saying to you, sir. Anyway, let me usher.
I am simply I called you to make my point. I hear yours. Can you hear mine, please? And I am simply saying to you.
But you're not even letting me finish my point.
Had the eye surgery.
But you're not even letting me finish. I just want to say this to you, though. But you're not even letting me finish my point. That is my issue with you. I just let Brian talk. I just let everybody else talk. I just look at the other gentleman that come on just now. We were having our discussion. There were things that he said, I said, we shared. But at the end of the day, you are not even allowing me to make my proper point. That's my problem, you know. Before I even finish, you're coming in and saying, Pastor Google. So even before you want to make your point, you know. But I mustn't say anything. But when I'm making my point too, Pastor Google. I don't understand you. I'm being real with you. I am talking to you just like how I would talk to Brian, just like I would talk to the young lady, just like how. But if I am making look like I made points with the gentleman who before Brian, he never stopped me and say, Pastor Google. He there was times when he disagreed with me, and there are times when we agreed. We had a mutual agreement. And he said, hey, what you're saying there, Pastor Google, is strong, is right, whatever. But from the time I'm trying to explain something to you, you already, Pastor Google. So then, allowing you to talk, and I will not say anything, sir.
No, can I go ahead and say
Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead.
All right. Thank you. But here we go, right? I am not calling your show, really, to change your course, sour your vibes, or make you feel uncomfortable in no way. That is not my intent. I want you to be clear on that, right? And if I had to call you and you and I had to be butting heads, then I prefer not to call. I would just listen, which I usually do all the time, right? But if I'm calling to make a simple point to you, you're explaining about Stuart Young issue. He was out of the country. I follow PNM all the time. I know that. I am not assuming those things, but the optics is there, and plenty. And there are times when PNM have meeting, and the next morning you would see on the social media, Stuart Young was in the constituency that same day. So I know what I'm speaking about. I'm not speaking out of turn or out of time in here, right? But I'm saying, still, at the end of the day, at least the optics from what we are seeing from on the outside, it's not looking good. So even if there's nothing to it, at least let them fix the optics so that people would not assume like me, right? We don't have to assume, because we could see that is one unity going on, right? Now I hear people saying also that Dr. Oli should not come on and say that. But the same people who saying that is the same people who was balling and buffing Dr. Oli when they lost the election and tell him but he had to get out and all kind of thing in the public. In the public. So they can't have it both ways. If they don't want it in the public, well, them of themselves shouldn't put it in the public either. Because they're doing that in the public to him. And then when he speaks in the public, they find he shouldn't do it. So all I'm saying is, just like everybody else, I support PNM. I want the best for PNM. And I believe that PNM was the only party that could really run this country fairly for everybody. And can I make a little point? I want to just go a little side point. The other day, I was listening to a program and I hear a young lady calling, and she was an older gentleman calling first, and he was saying about he was since he was able to obtain his ID card, he was able to have a job until whenever he wanted to. And the young lady called in after, and she was real upset with him, basically saying, well, he disconnected, I know what young people are experiencing and that kind of thing. And I simply want to say this to tie in all what I saying here. And I understood her frustration. But what a lot of the young people not realizing, PNM is the only party that when they're in power, does what if it have $1 to share or 25 cents to share, they share it equally amongst all races. And nobody could doubt that. When UNC in power, they govern only for their own base and their own people. And that is what we young people have to start to understand. That PNM in power is a party for all races, and everybody share equally in whatever little or whatever they don't have. And that is all I go say. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening again, Pastor Hoon. Pastor Google, I love this topic, but I have faith in the PNM and my leaders. And unlike, I just try not to be, see things and assume without any facts. I'm just trying to be as much meetings as possible to listen. And I believe the PNM will close ranks because we have a history. I remember one time we had a little problem in Labantilis Mova here. And the call came from our political leader, the opposition leader at the time, which is Dr. Rowley. He sent first a comment and told us to close ranks. And that was the end of the discussion or the end of whatever was happening in the constituency. So I think they will take their own advice and eventually close ranks because with the PNM, we know what the UNC gave and we know they are mashing up this country. And I believe we have the capability on top from Ms. Beckles, Mr. Young, Dr. Rowley, and others to close ranks and get this party where it needs to go. We have a wealth of talent on top, and I firmly believe in this party. I believe they will close ranks. I believe we are the keeper. I love the trajectory Mrs. Beckles is going on, bringing everybody together and apologizing. And I believe she will continue. And I like those slides that you are showing there. I am optimistic. I believe in this party. And it's how I think it's how people see things. Eh? If you look at every program that is on the screen, or you go to programs that you go to see the negatives, that is what you will see. If you go to see a weak leader or because the person is soft spoken, you say they're weak, that is what you will see. But if you listen to the message and you understand what is taking place in the country right now, you will see a strong leader. You will see a person who is opposed to what is going on in the country right now, and they appear them. Listen, I was talking to my neighbor today. She's listening right now, I think. And I said she has two types of PLM. Those that are on top and those that who is like me, who is just waiting that we get the party get organized, the party get it footed, and we get it UNC out of power. Because people like me, they're all waiting for to get rid of this albatross that is around our necks. Get rid of them. Let these people on top do what they have to do. They will close ranks. They will come together. I have faith. I love the slides that you are showing. Mrs. Beckles and Mr. Young smiling. That is unity. Why people can look at these things and see the positive. But they will see Mr. Young is not there, he's absent, and he has his issues. But Pastor Google, I'm optimistic, I go on, and I love to listening. I love what I'm seeing, Ms. Beckles. You are doing a fine job, Dr. Rowley, Mr. Young. Great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
Thank you, caller. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Right, so good night. Hello?
Go ahead, caller.
Well, I want to make my little contribution. Seeing the program tonight, it's a good thing to bring up that whole aspect of Dr. Rowley not being invited to the 70th anniversary. And how me as a young person looking on, knowing how life is, it seems disrespectful. It really was disrespectful. And apparently is how they handle it.
Right. So what is disrespectful is, as you say, the way it was handled, in the sense of if the General Secretary said that he did send out an invitation, right? And when he sent out the invitation, he did not follow. He did not do a follow up on it.
Yes.
So my thing is, no, I hear you when you say he did not get invited.
It wasn't handled properly. I figured that's what I was looking at. It wasn't handled properly. You remember, this is not me or you or anybody. This is a person who ran the party for a period of time. It's not a no-come. This is a person who has been there. We know that. I mean, this is 70th anniversary. And this is one of the person who was just there as the Prime Minister who led us for so long. I would make sure, even if I had to go and convince him to come. If you understand what I was saying, that making sure that I could convince him to come, to be there, and to be in a place, have maybe something to say or something part of the program or what's up, something like that. I would have looked for something like that. Now, I have followed Dr. Rowley for the longest while. I'm in early 50s, and the type of the individual Mr. Rowley is to me. At first, I didn't subscribe to him, but when I see this man, the way how he operates, the way how he does things, yeah, But when I saw that, okay, they have I was happy, When I look and I'm not hearing that Dr. Rowley was not there, so I'm thinking, okay, maybe for some reason he didn't show up. It just fly over my head. But then hearing that he said that he said, remember, that is what he said. And when he says something, he just saying something just so. When he said it, I was like, oh my God. I was upset. I was just upset. I remember, we from the younger generation looking on. When we want the younger generation to get involved in politics and that kind of thing, and we've seen these simple missteps. It's a simple missteps, but it have long-reaching consequence. That's how I look at it. So in going forward, I figure they need to find a way. Find a way to reach out to him and treat him with some. I figure I just have a feeling that maybe not all the problem he has. It have other stuff that he must. Watching on, watching on and leaving them because it's a young opposition party in a sense, and they have to get their bearings together, but not wanting to to step on their toes, give them a chance, and at least when I saw that he did, he really called them out. He called them out on that, and he's a man. I'm telling you, I figure we have more to hear from him in future. because that's his personality. So that is my little contribution for the night. I mean, I'm trying to get through even since that topic come on, that is my contribution.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Right.
All right, so I continue to take your calls, 464-7003. I know that there are a lot of people who may want to get in and share their 2 cents. All right, so giving you all that opportunity to do so. There are some people who think that I run away from this discussion or this topic. But we talking. Let's talk. 464-7003. You can call in now and share your views. And again, I said that I made it in the discussion in such a way that we can share how we wanted to move forward, not just point out the faults and the problem. We know what is the problem in the sense that what you think is the problem, how do we move forward? How do we move forward? My point earlier on when I was talking to one of the callers is that people, despite if the information is there are some people who have the agenda to say that he is being snubbed and he's not being called forward to do things. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, absolutely. You see this thing that the invitation, all of that, and how they slighting Dr. Rowley, it arrived from other stations in the country. I won't call no particular station, but people are saying that he was slighted. They don't like him. They don't want to talk to him. The same funeral thing. People saying that they slight him in certain funerals. They're watching him from head to foot like it's this and all of that. So people on the outside hearing this stuff from other stations, and that is why they come into the conclusion, that he says something is wrong and people in the party don't like him. So when people come out and they talk about that, it's what they're hearing out there. So PNM needs to put a stop to this, and I don't know how they'll do it, but they need to put a stop to this. If Dr. Rowley and Penny and whoever take it together, and they have to do something because they're hearing it out there. I doesn't want to listen to the general conclusion because I don't really know, but people are hearing it. So that's all I have to say. That's the reason why people coming out and saying all these things, because they hear it on other media and things. All right, Pastor.
But before you come off, caller, and even though I'm showing these slides, these pictures and giving people a different perspective on based on what people seeing out there, right? The picture that I'm showing on the screen now is at a press conference. If they don't talk and if they don't like each other and if they don't want anything to do with each other and they're slighting each other, I'm showing a slide now where the both of them are at the press conference having a cordial chat. I took out this picture. When I used to go to the press conference, I took out that picture of them because I know of what people were saying. This other picture that I'm going to show in a little bit is them talking. I was right there.
Because I understand, and because look, I was in the meeting there in Tonapuna because I was the person from Tonapuna there, so they was right in my backyard there. And I was there and I didn't see Mr. Young, and there's a good time listening to you because I didn't know he was in the country. And a lot like me didn't know that and jumped to their own conclusion, but I didn't really take on that.
Thank you.
But now I listen, I'm glad I hear what you're saying there because there's a lot of people, moment and thing and saying who didn't know, like myself saying, well, he doesn't see Stuart Young around and all kind of things, So I don't know. I think we need to get things out there. We need to have the people in the PNM don't have this person that's supposed to be on TikTok and all those things and putting all this information out there. They're not doing their job properly, and I figure that is one of our main problems.
to get everything together.
All right.
So that is it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, and Nicola is right. People drawing their own conclusions without having proper information. You know what I mean? And that is part of the confusion that continues to happen. You know? So, yep. So I'm taking your calls 464 7003 464 7003. Taking your calls. What is your view? What is your view? All right. I'm taking your calls. 464 7003. 464 7003. What is your thoughts? Yeah, so people, we need to, and as I said earlier on, we have to desire that the issues that we assume is happening, they need to deal with it in a way that has to be dealt with in a applicable way and not bring more division and fighting within the party. You know what I mean? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good night, Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rolly was right to come out and say that because he feels slighted. A man like Dr. Rolly worked so hard to develop the PNM over the years. You understand? 10 years in government through Dr. Rolly. You understand? We have to be careful that we don't allow that mistake like that to take place again. And not only for Dr. Rolly, but most of the members of the PNM, especially the heads. You understand? Make sure and confirm that they make sure they get invitation especially when it's a major event like anniversary and things like that. Make sure these people get it. You understand? A matter of fact, you should have people, a little committee that comprise a couple of people, a few people to make sure that invitation really goes. You understand? We don't want to have a situation like that happening again. Why that must happen? A man like Dr. Rolly, we could do better on that time. We have to make sure and do better.
Right. And that is what the General Secretary would have said in the news tonight. Right?
Yeah.
That is what the General Secretary would have said in the news tonight. They did issue an invitation. They did not follow up on the invitation. And it may have fallen down there, and they acknowledge that, and they have said to themselves that they are going to do better.
Yeah, man, that I ain't like what happened to us early. The other thing, get a couple people, have a little committee of 6 or 4 people to make sure that when
right. So that's what.
Okay, right. Okay, good night.
All right,
yeah.
Sir, thank you. All right, so I just wanted to highlight, because the caller said it. If he didn't, if he wasn't listening,
that ain't looking good.
All right, so yeah, so this man doesn't hang up, I need to hang him up. Yeah. So the caller made a point. One of the callers would have indicated that if I didn't say it on the program tonight, he would not have known that took place. That Stuart Young was out of the country for the meeting. All right. So I'm gonna. So I don't want to just say it. I'm not somebody like this. I don't like to just say something and not show the evidence of it. So I'm going to show you the evidence of what I'm saying. All right, I'm going to show you it. So for those of you who didn't know or feel, well, I just saying that to make excuse. All right, so I'm going to show you all it so that it's not going to come across as though I am making excuses for people. So let me show you all the picture of the evidence so that you can say, hey, I see it for myself. It's X, Y, and Z. Right? So I'm going to see if I have it here. Okay. Boom. Where is it? No, that's not it. All right. I'm going to try and get it. What's happening here? All right. So I am going to show you guys it in a short bit. I don't know what's happening. Why it's not opening. Why is it not opening? I'm going to see why it's not opening just now. Okay. So this is the meeting. All right. And this is the news item, the news article. Right. All right. So I'm going to show you all it now. Right. So the caller would have said that if I didn't see it, he would not have known. So caller, this is the evidence here. Come on, what's happening here? Hold on, that caller. I'm gonna, to viewers, I'm gonna show you all it now. Let me see if this is it. One. Okay. Right. So this is the article here. This is the news article. Ram Logan and Young face off in St. Vincent election. On the 6th of March 2026, former Attorney General Anand Ram Logan SC and former Prime Minister Stuart Young are set to go head-to-head in election petition as in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Cool? The 6th of March 2026. Keep that date in your mind. Keep that date in your head. The 6th of March. I want to show you something here now. Take a look at this. Those of you who are on the live, I'm going to show you another one. So take a look at this. So the 6th of March, right? The 6th of March. The 6th of March. Keep that in your head. Keep watching. Right? The 6th of March. Cool? Let me show you this. So I'm going to show you something here now. So the 6th of March, Mr. Young was in St. Vincent and the Grenadines facing off with Ram Logan. Right? On the... So I want to show you this one here now. I'm trying to get it to show, but I'm not getting it side by side. Right, but if you look at this and you watch closely, you would see the date. It was the 6th of March. All right, so for those of you who are on the live, you are seeing that. Right? So for people who want to say that, you know, X, Y, and Z, no matter what I say, or no matter what I do, or no matter how much we try to show, whatever, you will have your opinion and you will have your views. And there's nothing that somebody could do to change that. But I think I have spared enough of my time here tonight talking with you and hearing your views on the issues. We're going to continue to talk, and as I said before, I have invited the political leader here to share her heart and her views on issues and stuff like that. So, in the near future, Miss Beckers is going to be right here sitting next to me, and we are going to be discussing issues and stuff like that. So let me say thank you to all of you for being with me this evening on Constructive Talk. All right, remember today is Thursday. I'm not on tomorrow. I'm not on Saturday. I'm not on Sunday. Sunday, you can join Mr. Dominic Romain on his platform and give him that support. All right, just like how he would have supported me on my platform, I want you to support him on his. So thanks again to all of you for being with me this evening on Constructive Talk. God bless. Talk to you guys on Monday. Somebody said, "What, Pastor Google, you try too hard. We all know better than that. That long time thing and all skin is not okay." God is good. Yes, just keep praying, all yeah. Okay, there are people who will have their opinion and their views, and there's nothing you can do to change it. But just pray. Some people are praying that things work out within the party. All right. So keep praying for the party and praying for the best. I really sometimes can't deal with the pettiness, But such is life. There'll always be petty people out there. You know what I mean? And again, let me just put this out there. And I'm going to put it out there. There are a lot of things happening in Trinidad and Tobago that we need to be together about. We need to be together about. Right? So, alright, somebody's saying the PNM need to call a family day soon. Very true. I agree with that, actually. I am PNM long time. Since 10. It's like somebody in church telling me I in church since I'm born. That don't change that thing, Work over time. Yeah, the snakes working over time. Oh Lord. Well, let us pray now. Let me just pray and keep the party together. Somebody say I'm looking at one. So I was a snake in the valley. Oh gosh. Hey, look at you there. If only know. Fear them forever. From birth till death. Somebody said they're looking at a snake. Wow. All what I do, all that I try to do, all that I stand for, I'm considered a snake. They should have no vote campaign. It's about no vote campaign. Local election is coming up, people. Let's remember that. Local election is coming up and we need to be together. We need to be on one page. Alright? Honestly. So, let's do this. Have a good evening, everybody. Well, morning.
The information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.